After this, some breathing. Is it me?
It's you.
Is it actually me?
It's actually you. Right then, what's good, guys? Welcome to episode 2 of Arena of Light. We're joined here today by Tiltmaster Flex, Fizzikal, and GhoulFrieght, all from the north, repping a wide variety of decks. We're going to have a quick introduction as to what we're playing today, and then we're going to jump straight into it. So if we could start with you, GhoulFrieght, what on earth are you playing today?
Today, I've built a deck on my own with no help. Basically, it's based around some Opus 1 cards. You play like Pain, Una backup, and then Veilfor in the start set.
Wow!
If you have Una out, Pain draws you a card, the starter Pain, and Veilfor untaps all your backups. And then I play Opus 2 Riku, so that Pain also untaps backups as well when she enters. And basically, it's just a value deck based around that combination of cards.
That's
I
mental.
haven't really seen it be played much, so I'm excited to see how it does today.
Yeah, I've never seen that before in my life, so I'm excited to see that too.
That sounds really powerful. I'm surprised you haven't seen it before.
Girl power. What about you, Tiltmaster Flex? What are you playing today?
See, I also thought I'd look at this format from a slightly different direction. And I thought there's some really good, Final Fantasy VI cards that fit into a Fire Ice shell. So I thought maybe throwing those together could...
Is there Final Fantasy 6 cards in this game?
I know it's
In Fire Ice as well. Is that new? I missed that
Fire
one.
and Ice, yeah.
Nuts.
So,
Wow, I really missed a lot in Opus 11.
That's mental.
I thought I'd do something spicy with that. Then I looked at it and realised all the spicy stuff was less good than just playing Fire Ice, so FF6, so I'm just playing Fire Ice.
I like it. Very cool. And Fizzikal,
Awesome.
what are we on today?
Well, as you know, it's been a pretty hype environment for Final Fantasy 7 at the moment, and I was playing the remake, and I thought, do you know what's really sick? The film. So I'm playing Mono Ice. I put the remnants in because I thought they've got some pretty cool quotes, and I just want to play some Final Fantasy 7 characters.
Nuts. I like it.
That's a good fit. And I don't think Mono Ice is something that's ever been played that much. I can't think of any good 7 Ice characters until Opus 11, so be good for a laugh.
That's true, actually. That's true.
Never been a good one.
Oh,
Bro.
I started building that exact same deck this afternoon and kind of got distracted.
Fake.
It's easily done. It's easily done.
Broodoo, what are you bringing to the table?
So I just basically went onto FF decks, filtered by fire, and then started adding cards that cost in the equivalent of the Fibonacci sequence, and it ended up turning into a Xande deck.
Nice.
So a bunch of 1s, 2s, 3s, 5s, 7s, and shit like that, and then eventually just Xande on top, and just I think it works. It might work. It might not.
I love it.
And even if it don't work, I mean, fire cards have historically been really powerful in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't think it can go wrong.
I think they've dropped off quite a lot. I haven't had that much support this set, so.
I've heard I've heard a few people say Mono Fire's been the best deck for 3 formats. So.
Yeah, I've heard that locally too. I've been hearing people shouting that actually really, really loudly.
Yeah.
I can imagine it can be quite difficult to not hear your own voice, Bruno.
Yeah, sometimes.
Honestly, the one word that comes to mind when I think Mono Fire is nuts.
It is. Right, well, we're going to get started, and we've got our first game set up ready for you guys. We're going to have Fizzikal versus Tiltmaster Flex straight up here. So, let's get cracking.
Probably like my deck up.
We are going to have to move you guys down into another channel so that you can't hear our precious commentating. So I'm going to vote you down now. Good luck.
We'll miss you.
All the dings, man.
There's a lot of noises, isn't it? Right, so they're all loading up, getting their stuff ready. What do you think then? If we've got Fire Ice and Mono Ice, this is an untested Mono Ice list.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's just made this.
Off the bat, I think I've got to give the advantage to Tiltmaster. It's more of a known entity deck. We know more of what Fire Ice is trying to do. I'm not that excited about Jackie's deck building. So,
What does that mean?
let's just see how it goes. But yeah, I'm gonna off at the start of the game. I'm gonna give the advantage to Graham, Tiltmaster. What about you?
Yeah, I think I've got Fire Ice in this matchup too. I think the Fire Ice is oh, well, I don't know. It seems like it's just got a bit more what's the word? Uh, it's just a bit more straightforward. Yeah, consistency is a good. Well, that's the one. It's just a bit consistent. It's pretty much. I think I've got the wrong. That's a good start. So it looks like
Yeah.
Jackie's loaded the wrong deck straight away. So we're gonna have a quick reset here and run that back. But yeah, I think that Mono Ice. Well, he's playing Cloud, the new legend like Cloud in this one. Did you get to see any of James's Ice Earth last week? Ice Earth Fire, I think it was, with Aerith.
I saw a little bit of it.
I really think that 2 CP forward Cloud throwing those Remnant brothers all over the place was absolutely hilarious. I had a lot of fun watching that. I think taking Aerith...
It's definitely... It's powerful. I just don't know if it's as powerful as what Graham's bringing.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Finally, a good ice tech from Ramo. He's been waiting for this. He's been sat there patiently waiting, God knows how long, just for that extra little bit of power from ice. Bless his cotton socks.
Right, looks like Tiltmaster's taking the first turn. Obviously, really good for Fire Ice.
Yeah, that's going to give him quite a little bit. So this is going to be best of one today. We're doing best of one round robin, and we may do a playoff if we finish this up nice and quickly. So straight away we're going to see Dada Luma going into the break zone. That new 2 CP 8k going straight into the break zone, getting Edgar onto the board. That 1 CP fire backup is going to enable Shadow potentially next turn, and we're going to see Vayne going straight into the bin with a 7 CP Sephiroth straight into the bin to make 4 CP Terror from Mono Ice. So this Terror is mental.
See what summon Jackie searches.
Zalira. Yeah, that's
actually really useful, because if Graham goes for the turn 2 lock now, oh no, he's discarding it anyway.
Okay. I think that's strong.
That if Graham goes for turn 2 lock, he can kill it, but he might already have one in hand.
Yeah, that's it. He might even have the Glacier. But Savin into the break zone for an interceptor.
Does he have the Shadow?
I don't know. I think if he did, I think if he had the Shadow, he would have played it. Unless he's really gonna. There's the lock. Gonna get that discard. Yep, that's strong. Taking a card straight out of his hand. Garland's gone.
We'll see if Jackie has the second Zalira. I hadn't actually looked at Jackie's list yet. I don't know if he's playing 2 or not.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a bit of a conservative play here. So 2 CP. Make Black Walls. Okay. Say something.
Okay.
Oh,
this
so
is
we're
gonna
Black
feel real
Walls.
bad from Jackie. If Graham has the Genesis here, this is gonna feel really bad for Jackie.
Yeah, he also needs to try and play around that Edgar, so he's probably gonna have to just pick up another Ice Summon. Yeah, this is interesting. Maybe he's gonna go for the block and take the discard. Yeah,
no, he just goes for the block and 7k. Yeah.
The 7k, but Edgar not gonna
because
get alive?
He's blocked as well, isn't he?
Oh, of course. Gonna get that straight back.
Oh, okay. That was a decent play from Graham. He gets to 3 backups, develops the Setzer, gets to play lock next turn again, making discard another card.
James Greaves saying that Jackie's playing 2 Zalira. James Greaves with the inside tip. Haven't heard that one. Kadaj into the break. Kadaj in play. Search for Job Remnant, add it to your hand. Put it into your cart. Now this ETB is really going to hurt Tiltmaster, because it's going to start freezing his backups like this. And he could very easily make that Yazoo. Nope. He wants to try and keep the CP up. It's going to mean that he's not going to be able to haste it in. Right?
No. Yeah.
Not unless he discards a lot of cards.
Notably though, Jackie still hasn't made his 3rd backup, so Graham's still technically ahead in resources right now. I know he's got his backup frozen. But we'll have to see where it means that Graham's going to have to discard an extra card to play his lock now. But if he has two 3-cost forwards, that could be really painful for Jackie. Oh, he just goes for
hey yo!
hits 2 forwards.
Hits
Step
2
off and Genesis
big
hits.
forwards, man. That's dirty. 6 in hand, mana font. 2 to play
Jackie
with.
really needs a way to deal with that nail this turn by dulling and freezing it. I think he needs to start, now that he's behind the backups, he needs to start finding a way to push damage. I would say.
It's risky though. You almost kind of don't really want to start pushing damage and trading with Fire Ice because you don't get
I see
extra
what you mean.
out of dealing damage to them. That Kadaj is going to come straight down. This is a.
I think it's okay in this
Solid.
spot because the nail can't really use its ability to break backups at the moment.
No, this is actually that's strong because Yazoo keeps the nail down, right? And he's still going
Yeah,
to
and then he
restrict
gets
him
to
from that
freeze the backup
ICP.
again.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you get to attack here.
Great. There's no chance of Graham using the nail's ability at this
No,
point in the game.
Absolutely not. That's not really going to be happening. So,
Takes
second main.
Saving as damage.
Can we get that third backup down yet? Oh,
That's kind of
White
annoying
Tiger,
for
let's see.
Graham to do.
Kunmi hits the break zone. What is that? If you control a type 0 character other than Kunmi gains 2k power. Who
She
is it?
stops summons, right? She makes.
No, if you control a type 0 character
yeah.
other than Kunmi, she gains 2k, so it becomes a 2 cost 7. And you can
And
put her
like,
into the break
sacrifice her
zone.
to stop a summon.
Oh, yeah. So what other type 0 characters is he on? Maybe some backups then, I guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe backups. Graham hitting the Sabin as damage there is kind of sad because now he can't have 2 backups, he can't go Sabin lock, which would have been really powerful for him.
Yeah. So, tap 2. Oh, Genesis coming straight down.
Freezes the laws. Graham really needs to find a way to get rid of this Kadaj.
Yeah,
Jackie
that
hitting the
Kadaj.
Black Mage.
Though
That might
the
have been a
Kadaj
good
is going to struggle to continue to gain momentum here because he's only got one more character he can play, and that is Loz, right?
The laws, right? Yeah. We'll see if Jackie's drawn it. He's managed to catch up on backups, but his board presence very weak at the moment.
Yeah. Lightworks in chat, pop in, repping Team Fizzikal. He's got the ice on his list. He wants that in. He wants that to get the first win of the day. That's good. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that some people are
I think Jackie's played he's navigated the early game quite well, despite having a low backup draw. The Remnants have been really good at forcing Graham to play on the same level as Jackie.
Yep.
As mana font.
And that's right. Ramo was saying Sudolstein's type 0. So is White Tiger, the legend forward.
So that's gonna shut off the nail if it ever wants to attack, which is interesting because it means it can't buff it.
He can only really use it on the defense. Gentiana, ladies and gentlemen, floating the Harley and the Terror for some reason. Is he gonna?
It's kind of hard to use it on the defense as well because it can force Graham to choose whether he wants to use it because it's got the dull effect on it as well.
Indeed. Oh,
Graham really needs to find some form of removal here, I'd say. I think he's just going to play the lockout though, right?
Someone's at the door.
Try and
Just
keep
take it for me. Commentate on here for a second.
So Graham's just going to attack with Nail as a 9k. Jackie doesn't really want to block, takes the damage, hits Loz. That's a really good damage for Graham because it means that it's another remnant that Jackie can't play to freeze his ice back up, and then he's going to decide to play the lock afterwards to make him discard an extra card. Graham ends the turn with 5 cards in hand. Jackie's going to go into his turn with 4 cards in hand and still no good attacks really.
We're back. We're getting deliveries at 6 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen.
So we'll see what Jackie has to try and get himself out of this position.
Ah, he's playing backup Sidolstein, of course. So Sidolstein going into the break zone. Going to be playing that Edward down for...
Edward's a good draw, but Graham just has the spare Edgar to discard to it there. So it's not going to be too impactful.
Well, Lightworks, we just want to bring some content to you guys while, you know, we can't really get to the games that we all love. So I'm glad that we've, you know, still got the old fan base running about. No, he didn't. The Sidolstein was from a previous turn. Tap 1 for the Jonabap to play that Edward.
Graham goes into his turn and immediately starts with an attack. Jackie's starting to feel the pressure and feels like he has to block with Yazoo to stop the damage.
I'm gonna put Yazoo under the.
He also might just have a damage spell like a
Gentiana stops the lock from discarding cards.
He does, yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's nuts. That.
Yazoo's put into the break zone and Jackie chooses to dull and freeze the lock, so that's useful. And then Jackie's going to use Gentiana to dull the Genesis there. It's kind of annoying for Graham this turn, but he does get to develop his fourth backup and get a forward off the board. But if Jackie just has another Yazoo, it's gonna the play that Graham just made is gonna feel really bad.
Yeah. So we're seeing one in his end step. Terror is going to be cracked. Glacial, a bolus. That's pretty good. So we're going to remove one of these forwards. Probably. Who would you say?
He might choose to just go freeze here, so that he doesn't have to use Gentiana to dull in his turn. So he might choose to kill. Like I was thinking, maybe kill Genesis Freeze Nail, but no, he just goes.
Oh, he's finishing off the nail, of course.
Yeah, he's going to finish off the nail, yeah, and freeze the Genesis instead.
Yep, I
And
like that play.
now Jackie has the option to attack if he wants to, because he's under no threat of. Graham's deck doesn't have as much haste.
I mean,
the one card
he has
does need to look
Interceptor.
out for he has the 2 CP Zidane. That's the big card Jackie would need to look out for.
It doesn't matter, mate. It's still, isn't it? Doesn't deal damage. Gentiana,
of
ladies
course,
and
yeah, of
gentlemen.
course, yeah.
Gentiana. What is happening? Let's go. It's going to be on 3. So I think Jackie is.
So Graham's going to need to find his own Glacier here to deal with the Gentiana before he plays. If he does, though, it's going to be devastating.
Ooh.
Oh, making it an 8k.
There we go.
That's going to be really hard for Graham to deal with now. He'd need something like a Shadow Special to maybe get rid of the Gentiana first. Or maybe a Sephiroth when he gets to 4 damage. I think that's probably the best out.
Yeah. So sounds
See what
like.
Graham does.
So we know that. Oh, he's taking those powers off. He's not a fan of the power buffs on the cards. Fair enough. But
Yeah.
so
Those power buffs are in play, but Jackie just has decided not to use them.
So one of the things that we're hopefully going to be seeing in this matchup is the whole classic Sephiroth versus Cloud going on.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
we know
that'll be really interesting to see.
We
And,
know that
very flavourful.
we know that Tiltmaster Graham is playing Sephiroth, whereas Jackie is playing Cloud. Cloud searches for a whole host of characters in Mono Ice. He was saying earlier,
Yeah.
about 15 individual cards can be
Yeah,
searched.
it does a lot for the deck as well, because he's managed to get rid of the Yazoo now, so he could play Cloud, search Laws, freeze another character with Kadaja's ability.
hmm
Graham, so it looks like Jackie's managed to turn this game around. He's turned the board state around, but Graham's still got the resource advantage, so we need to see what Graham uses.
He's playing with 7 in hand there. He's going to play that Laswell. Laswell's going to come
Laswell's
in,
really good.
target. Probably going to keep down the Gentiana, I would imagine.
Yeah, because it stops the Gentiana dulling stuff, so he's going to freeze that.
Yeah, there it
Laswell's
goes.
actually quite hard for Jackie to deal with as well, because it's a 4 CP character, so and Ice is normally quite good at dealing with odd-numbered characters. Odd-costed.
And
Graham cleverly keeping himself on 5 cards in hand every turn as well, so Jackie can't really get max use out of stuff like Sid Olstein or other low-cost effects like Squall, low-card hand size effect.
get the damage updated because I'm behind. It's 3-2, right? There we go.
3, yeah, Graham's on 3, Jackie's on 2.
There we go.
So Manafont here, just having a little think in his first main phase, seeing what he wants to do about the Lastwell.
So Laswell's going to be a problem here. Though Laswell, when
It's interesting because Jackie spent his last turn, he used the Glacier to stop attacks from Lock and Genesis, but I don't know if he has that option available to him for this turn.
There's your backup type 0 character. I knew he was playing something.
Oh, of course, yeah, and that's really useful for his deck as a whole because his characters are quite low power.
Mm-hmm. Going to be able to
So
make some big boys with that.
Yeah, he has the option to make Gentiana a 9k now, which is good, and make Kadaj an 8k, which can trade. We need to see what Jackie's got in his hand summons wise though, because this is going to end up freezing Kadaj, and then Graham might be able to get in with Lock and Genesis and make him discard 2. So I'm thinking that Manafont has probably got access to maybe like Zalira or a Glacier here. Otherwise, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
And there's a Glacier. That's going to get that Kadash down. Probably get another freeze in
Yeah.
as well.
So you can dual Kadaj and freeze Gentiana here, unless Graham's been tilted by the Jackie removing stuff. Oh no,
Edward's
Okay, so
special
Jackie,
disabled.
Jackie is the Edward special. Yeah.
Get him out, mate.
Notably, I think it was correct to use the special there, but it does reduce Jackie's hand size for any potential reactive plays that he might want to make.
Yeah, true. He's got 3 in hand now versus Tiltmaster's
Versus
6.
6,
So
so
that extra
Graham
backup is
definitely has.
yeah.
Like if Graham has an extra, Glacier here, it could be really bad.
Might take a little bit more than
Yeah.
that, but we're going to see Laswell coming in here
So
and
Graham
possibly dulling
attacks
and
with
freezing Kadash.
Laswell
There it
and
goes.
dull and freezes the Kadaj.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Manafont takes the damage. He does.
Genesis
hits
into damage.
Genesis.
There's
That's quite
3.
painful. That's quite painful for Jackie. See if Graham's brave enough to attack with his Genesis and his lock. He's going to attack with the Genesis first. That makes sense. Less priority. Yep. So he's going to. Now Jackie has to discard a card.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he absolutely doesn't because of
Oh,
Gentiana.
because Gentiana. Yeah, I need to remember that. Yeah.
Yep. So there's Glacier coming in. Going to be removing one of those forwards. Get him out.
Is he going to go for the freeze or the discard?
So that
He's
is.
frozen the last level. Yeah.
I can't look at the break zone, can I? No. That's the first. That's the same lock, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry, we didn't get any discards from that SFR.
Yeah. So Gentiana coming in clutch here for Jackie, managing to stop a lot of the effects.
Still, the resources are quite big. So he's just popped the Genesis. He's just discarded Genesis. He must have a handful of forwards that he just can't play. So this is going to help Jackie get back into the game a little bit, right? So 5 backups.
He needs to draw some remnants here. I think that gets back in the game. If he draws like maybe if he has like Yazoo and Laws, he can keep locking down Graham's forwards whilst he builds a board.
Yeah.
Fire Ice has time. It can deal with forwards like 1-for-1, but it has a hard time if your opponent just floods a load onto the board at once.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Jackie's got. He's only got 3 cards in hand, like we've been saying. Graham really pushing his resource advantage at the moment.
Daylight robbery from Fire Ice. Really stripping those resources back. Even though most of the triggers aren't even getting to resolve because of our Lord and Saviour Gentiana.
Yeah. Gentiana stopping the discards, but Jackie's having to spend a lot of cards just to stop the pressure. Oh. Jackie just decides to play 10k.
Wait, we know that Tiltmaster has the Sephiroth in hand, right? It's just going to get Sephiroth. Oh, this is going to be bad.
If Graham has the Sephiroth here, it's devastating.
He drew it off a nail a long time ago, right?
Oh, he did, yeah, he has it.
That's definitely coming down. That's going to feel bad, but maybe...
Jackie can't even use his Dragon's discard 3 ice cards mode to break the Sephiroth in response either.
No,
so
he can't.
The best he can do is freeze well again.
I imagine the cards in his hand are probably going to be a little bit more useful than discarding and paying more. Otherwise, it becomes a 7 CP freeze Laswell.
Depends if they're backups or not.
Yeah,
if
that's
he
true.
has like a spare backup, he can definitely use it to freeze the Laswell again.
Yep.
Before the Azure Dragon. If Graham... There's no way Graham doesn't play Sephiroth here, I'm pretty sure. I even think Graham probably offers the trade-up with Genesis on Gentiana. Well, because Jackie's getting to low enough damage that a nail could end up ending the game. See what Graham's got anyway. He might have something like nail into Sephiroth, which would potentially end the game on the spot. Yeah,
That
so
would
there's
be...
the Sephiroth.
Oh, God. That's going to come down.
I assume that's going to go after the Azure Dragon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wipe him clean out.
See if he's got any other pre-combat plays. He might have something like Zidane that he just wants to play onto the battlefield because he can, but he might just choose to wait on that still.
We've got so Tiltmaster's only on 3, but Physical's on 4. Gentiana can't actually stop any of this because I think the abilities have already gone onto the stack. So it's like with
Yeah,
Last
so
Well,
they're on
right?
the stats,
Last
yeah.
Well says that when he attacks, choose a forward. If it's received damage, freeze it, right? Dull it and freeze it.
So when he attacks, that goes onto the stack, and then because
Yeah,
it's on the stack, it still resolves.
yeah. You'd have to ping the damage before attacking, basically. Too much
Yeah,
pizza. Is that an oxymoron?
So Graham did what I said, and he offered up the trade with the Genesis there to get the Gentiana off the board. And
So
Jackie took the trade because he was feeling too pressured.
yeah,
Didn't
board
wanna take
state's
too much damage.
starting to even out, right? We saw a bit of an advantage.
I think
Graham's
the
side.
Sephiroth coming down sort of stripped Jackie away from having the board advantage now.
Yeah.
So I think I think the resource advantage is evened out for sure. They both got 4 cards and I'm both got 4 backups, but notably Jackie's the first one to act with that. So going
Yep.
into Graham's turn, Graham's going to have the resource advantage back.
That's right.
CP advantage.
So I think
And
Jackie
he
is
has
going to be
control.
looking for a cloud
Yeah,
sometime
I think
soon.
he wants like Cloud Yazoo. I think that's his best possible line.
Oh, there's the 4. Cloud of Darkness.
Cloud of Darkness.
He's going to cycle out his backups here. That's great.
Yeah,
Take
so
that
he can
Harley
cycle the
out. She's
Harley
done.
out. Yeah, that's done. He has to move the last well out. That's really useful. Does he have something else?
Yazoo, dull and freeze. Get him out.
Had it. So you can dull and freeze the Sephiroth here. Jackie gets to get a point in with his Kadash. Put Tiltmaster to 4 damage.
Opting to freeze the crackable backup rather than the Sephiroth.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think pushing the damage here, pushing it past 5 and things like that is something that he's not really trying to play for.
No, I still quite like freezing the Sephiroth here because Graham's deck's a bit more explosive. And he's going up to 6 cards in hand to Jackie's 1.
Yeah. Well,
If
he's only got 4
Tiltmaster
backups
has a nail,
to play with on the flip side, so maybe we're going to be
Yeah.
seeing more nail.
We could see another lock come down and just get rid of that last card from Jackie's as well.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. Hopefully it wasn't a good one. Oh, it was.
It was
Oh, it
Zalira,
was.
yeah. Jackie, that's his second Zalira gone as well. So he
Oh,
doesn't
he's
have
used
an
it in response, so he's going to be buffing Cloud of Darkness up to 9,000 power.
Yeah, that makes sense from Jackie.
Mhm.
Just using the resources, seeing as though it's going to go anyway.
hmm
Also, it pumps the Cloud of Darkness to a 10k, so it's harder for like a nail to come in and attack over it.
That's a big trade. Go looking at with the Sephiroth right there. I think he's happy to take that too. Zidane
Zidane, yeah.
coming in.
Does Graham have
Passing.
the? Oh, he's just passing. Okay, so that means Graham doesn't have the Glacier to dull and freeze, or he might be waiting till next turn to get a huge turn off because Jackie's only going to go into his turn with 2 cards in hand.
So
and 4
this Cloud of
backups.
Darkness is absolutely massive right now, isn't
Yeah.
it? Because he's going to be able to get a lot of momentum, potentially, off of the attack on that.
Potentially, yeah. So it's interesting because Graham can choose to dull his Edgar.
Yeah.
So he can. He's probably just going to dull his Edgar and like his Zidane maybe.
I think that was the
So it's
reason
not
why he
gonna
put
be-
it down.
It's not going to be too devastating because the Sephiroth is still going to be able to block. I don't think Graham's going to block the Cloud of Darkness simply
Mm.
because he can buff it with the Moogle,
Mm.
but it can block either of the remnants, which is
Mm.
very annoying.
Playing on 5 damage as well is going to be really, really scary for
Yeah,
for Jackie.
if Graham manages to push Jackie to 5 damage, then that opens up Sephiroth special, and he might be. I don't know if Graham's playing the Ice Sephiroth as well, but he might potentially have access to it more than one in a turn.
Jackie
which
is
would be
playing
very good.
Sephiroth 7 double discard. He has got that in his deck. We've seen one go to damage and one came down into discards really early.
Yeah.
So no immediate plays, it looks like, from our hero. So it looks like
I think Jackie's just considering which characters he wants to dull with Cloud, because you've got to think as well. If he chooses to dull 2 backups, he goes into his next turn with way
2
less
less.
resources. Oh, so
Here's
he has
the
Cloud.
Cloud.
Gets to search for Final Fantasy 7 characters, so you can search the logs up here for Kadash maybe.
He's going to get Kate
Oh,
safe.
it's a Kate Sith, okay. So
I agree with
Jackie
that.
just wants to get back to 5 backups as fast as
I agree with
possible
that. I fully agree with that.
He also gets to see if Graham's holding a nail in his hand that he can get rid of. But this also does disincentivize Jackie from attacking Cloud of Darkness now because he has to dull 2 forwards.
Allowing him to see his hand as well is going to be absolutely huge. So
Yeah.
he's going to reveal it to everyone. So we're going to get to have a cheeky little look here as spectators, hopefully.
Is Jackie just thinking about whether he wants to play the Kate Sif now or not? I think not playing the Kate Sif now means that Jackie's got a really powerful card in it. Oh no, it's just another Duke Lag, so he's playing the Kate Sif. Gets to see Tiltmaster's hand. He does have the other Sephiroth, does have the Shadow, and has another Zidane.
There we go. So I think it's going to be a clear cut here. Take that Sephiroth.
I think
straight
he
away.
actually takes the Shadow here because he can play around not letting Graham have the Sephiroth special. And Shadow just adds another haste threat to the board that's a 9.
The only problem is that you still have to win. You still have to
that's
win.
True. That's true. And if he has to, if he's thinking,
Though, at this rate, I think
about
Jackie's
that.
actually winning the deck out race. Because he's going to draw
Yeah,
a card here, go
yeah,
16,
so-
then he's going to draw 2, go to 14.
yeah,
So Jackie's
so
actually
it's
ahead
not-
on card advantage here. So if he could
Yeah.
completely level the game, but he did target the Shadow.
Graham gets to draw the card. Jackie goes for my play of taking the Shadow because of what I mentioned about not just trying to play around the Sephiroth special instead.
Mm.
And it also just reduces the amount of plays that Graham can make later.
Mm.
But I think just taking the 9k haste out.
That's
Graham's
true.
hand is
That's
probably-
true. It is a 9k haster with the Edgar up, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 5 in hand, 5 to play with. We're gonna have a big swing turn here. This is gonna be
Graham has the option to go for a lock special here
yeah.
and just put Jackie to 5, which means that Jackie's really not incentivized to attack Graham at all because he can special.
Genesis.
Oh, that's brutal. That's really brutal.
That's really powerful. So that's gonna be taking one of those out of play.
That's going to take down the Cloud of Darkness here from Jackie.
He's
did I
take down
check
the
out
Yazoo. Yazoo is a really, really solid blocker because it means that he stops 1 damage and he stops another. Right? Because it's because of the Dull and Freeze
Yeah.
effect. So I'd say that's.
I don't mind this play. It's because, that's why, because he has the last well as well. So that's devastating. That's absolutely devastating for Jackie. I don't think he can really use Cloud's ability to remove the top 7. Graham just gets to attack with his Sephiroth here. Put the Cloud to 5, so the Cloud is now on.
It's now
9K.
9,000 power. It's bigger than the rest of his guys. So
Yeah. Does he have the last lock in hand to put him to 6?
no, we know it's Sephiroth.
Of course it is, yeah.
Sephiroth.
Yeah.
So that Sephiroth special is going to be some really, really, really easy
It
removal
is.
now.
The thing is that I don't know how Jackie wins the game because he can't put Graham to 5 damage without removing the Sephiroth. But then if he removes the Sephiroth, Graham can just play the other one from hand anyway. So he's in a bit of a catch-22 here. I don't really know how he gets out of this position.
Somehow he needs to get rid of 4 blockers and deal 3 damage this turn. Alternatively, he can play the slow game. He can remove
Has Jackie drawn double Shiva? Opus 3. Even then, it wouldn't be lethal, unfortunately.
Even then, it still wouldn't be that good, would it?
No. I think Jackie's actually going to have to use Cloud's ability here to remove the top 7 to break a forward, but that's really bad because then Jackie's losing on 2 fronts.
Yep, and it's also going to take him down to 6 in deck, giving him
Exactly, yeah. So he's losing the
essentially
deck
only
out
3
range and he's
turns
losing on
left.
board. That last turn from Graham was super devastating. He got Dull and Freeze and 2 key blockers from Jackie there. Something of note that I found really interesting in this game is that Jackie played this Kadaj like turn 2 and it stayed in play all game.
I mean,
There's definitely some power level there.
the
with the
removal
deck
effects
and
in Fire Ice are quite specific, aren't they? So you only really
they're
want to
very
remove
slim.
the ones that are...
Jackie's been clever not to ever attack with his Kadaj so he doesn't get tagged by any dull effects that Ice may have.
So we're going to see Cloud getting rid of that Sephiroth. It means that Sephiroth special is no longer a 2 CP break effect. And now when he plays the next one, he he can only remove one forward.
He can only move
right?
one character, yeah. I think that might be enough though, because Jackie's had the 2 characters dulled previous, and he doesn't have a way to deal with this last well right now.
So Jackie still has 2 in hand, so he still has 4 CP that he can dabble with here. So maybe if he can make a big enough blocker, don't forget that cloud is 9k.
It is a 9k, so it is stopping, but if he can't deal with the last well, it's just going to get dull and frozen.
Yeah, and he's just gonna pass. Maybe
Yeah,
it is a
so
Shiva,
Jackie's
you know.
had to make, he did have to make the play that I mentioned of.
Mate,
of getting
if
rid of the
this is
Sephiroth,
2 CP Shiva.
So I think we're going to see the game be wrapped up here. Graham can just play the Sephiroth, break the cloud, attack with Lastwell, dull and freeze the Kadaj, and then he should just have enough attackers. Jackie's only got 2 in hand, so he can't disrupt too much.
Oh, nail instead.
That's brutal.
He's just gonna.
And he finds Noah.
I
So
think
that
this is
means
it.
Graham can now just play. Yeah, I think he just plays the Sephiroth anyway. I don't think he goes through Noah. Oh no, he can't. He can only play Sephiroth. Yeah. So he just straight up breaks the cloud.
Yeah, get that out.
Jackie might go for a funny play here and just exile the rest of his deck. No, he don't.
He can't do
He's
it during their
playing-
turn. He has to do it during his own turn.
Oh, is it his own turn? Yeah.
It is limited, unfortunately. So there's Kadaj, still
That's what
frozen.
comes in,
Take the
freezes
point.
Kadaj.
Vayne would have been all. No, not yet.
Yeah.
And then Genesis
and
coming in for that last point.
Does he have an answer?
Ooh.
Is it? Oh, it's a.
Oh! So
Insane.
that is a
That
9k.
saved him. That saved him. That's actually saved him. Because now he can block the Genesis and dull another attacker, so he can dull the lock.
But he's going to just shoot him.
Yep,
He
he's
will
gonna- he's
just shoot him.
Yeah. And then he can still use the nail ability to give it haste. So
Yeah.
Graham's still got leap up.
Yeah. Few too many, unfortunately. Well, that felt pretty tight the whole way through. There was maybe like 2 turns that really decided the whole output of that match.
I think we did see Graham there, just the resource advantage that Graham kept managing to push over Jackie in the early turns, even though he got behind on board a few times, it really came into fruition in the later turns of the game.
Yeah.
Jackie's remnant's not quite doing enough just to stub the flow of Graham's curve.
Hmm. Right, let's pull them in here and have a little chat, shall we?
Yeah.
Right then, guys, how did that feel?
All right, lads.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Hope you enjoyed the spectacle.
Very much enjoyed that. That was quite a ride. That.
Also,
It's very nice game.
the remnants look a lot more powerful than I.
Yeah, but when you got the log out as well, getting to your animal was also an absolute high-tech game as well.
Where do you feel that game escaped from you, Jackie?
When I looked at his hand and saw it had a dark Sephiroth in it, but a card I also needed to take in Shadow.
So I mentioned to Brad in the commentary, I was like, when you did the Kate Sif and saw the Shadow and the Sephiroth, I was like, I think he's actually going to take the Shadow here because it's a 9k here, and just try and play around the Sephiroth special instead.
Because what I was trying to do there, because I know he's got the Sephiroth, the point is I want to kill him really quickly in one turn. So when I look at his hand and see that, like, I can't deal with the Shadow as a threat, 'cause it's something that attacks me and I've got to deal with it. So I take Shadow, and then I think
it attacks over your stuff as well.
I think his the play afterwards was what Genesis Laswell, I just got absolutely ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah, destroyed.
That was.
I think you made the right choice there, because as well it takes CP away from Graham. Because the Shadow gets to get a card back as well.
The problem,
Yeah,
Essentially.
the problem that he had was I got him to 5 damage the next turn. At that point, until he kills the Sephiroth, he can't ever attack again.
Yeah, because
When
the
he attacks
Sephiroth.
with a special, and I've got the Scholar in play along with another Sephiroth in my break zone that I can also special with.
Yeah.
The 3-cost one, so I can pick it up. Yeah.
I think you made the right play though there, Jacket. You've got to try and like dull and freeze the Sephiroth out of the game instead, and just take the Shadow.
Yeah, and then because that's the point where I lose. It starts looking really dire the next turn if you play the Shadow and attack. So I'll just take the Shadow and I'll just kill Sephiroth with Cloud the turn I do it, and then I'll just kill him that turn, and then I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's fair. Graham, how about you?
Um,
How do you feel about that game? How did that go?
I feel like there's probably a point where I could have turned the corner a bit earlier. Maybe discarding, because I had both Sephiroths in my. I had when I revealed the Sephiroth off of the nail. That was my second Sephiroth.
Yeah.
So I had both Sephiroths in hand for like a lot of the game, and there were
Right.
he made me discard a couple of times, and I'm like, I can get rid of the Sephiroth here, or I can get rid of like duplicate Edgars and stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
I
and
think getting
maybe
rid of the
could've-
dupes is always better.
Well,
Oh yeah,
it's
because
CP.
you were looking at.
It's a choice between a card that I can't play now, for a while because the game's going quite slowly, is slowing me down and stuff. I'm not actively trying to play quicker, or I can take CP and try and accelerate the game that way.
Yeah.
And I feel like I could possibly have chosen to accelerate the game instead, and that might have turned out. I might have not needed to top deck quite so well,
Yeah, that's fair.
but I don't know.
I think
for sure.
I think that's something that me and Brad noticed almost immediately was Jackie being stuck on 2 backups against Fire Ice is really hard.
Well, you starved the backups.
Giannis, like stemming the flow against
Yeah.
attacks. I don't think I had
Well,
any
you kind of
chance
starved the
making it
backups
out
as
of
well,
that.
Jacko.
You know, like being because I had when I drew the Harley, I actually drew it the turn before, but I feel like I had to make the Gentiana
Yeah.
because otherwise I was just going to get like pressured by the attacks all the time.
Yeah, if you
There was
don't
a
make the
phase of that
Gentiana
game though where it looked like you were doing Jackie. Like you had the Gentiana, you had Kadaj, you had another remnant in play, and it looked like you were pulling the board back into favourable position.
Yeah, but it felt really backwards and forwards that game. I was, you know, even during the last few. I think when the Genesis and Laswell came down, and that was it. But you know, up until then, it felt like it could go either way.
Yeah.
the Cloud of Darkness was really impactful as well.
Yeah, I was trying to make a way of getting like a really good attack with the Cloud of Darkness, but I just couldn't like line one up.
Yeah, Graham leaving his Edgar up made it really annoying for you because it meant
Yeah.
you could just dull the Zidane and the Edgar instead and still have 2 good blockers.
I'd have actually dulled the lock as well because I had another Zidane in hand.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Zen was would have just jumped quite happily, and then I get to play another one out and get through that way. But
Yeah.
it still leaves him. It leaves him in that situation regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
I think that was a really close game.
No,
I think.
like Val got loads of different like random Opus 11 cards in there. I really like to try out. I really like the direction you can go with Mono Ice now.
I think that game might have been a little bit different if you found that
That's
cloud
what
a little bit earlier off your 2
The Black
backups.
Waltz 3, turn 2, guys. What a machine.
yeah. Finding the Cloud a bit earlier has been really impactful as well.
Yeah, I've only got the 2. I'd be tempted to play the 3, but I've only got 2 in there, unfortunately. But I think it's a super good card, and just the unconditional break effect is just something Ice doesn't really have access to.
So, Jacko, we've got questions
So
about
really what
White
you got,
Tiger.
You know, you've got a Lissy, so you.
We've got questions about
You
White
have to
Tiger,
say
Jacko.
those.
What is that doing in your deck? What's the purpose of that?
Is Brad even here?
Can you hear me?
You even here, Brad?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I don't
Can you not hear me? Can anyone hear
I
me?
mean, I can hear.
I can hear you, Brad.
Is it
Well,
just
I can't
Jacko
hear
that can't hear me?
Have you turned him down by accident, Jackie?
No, I haven't muted him either.
Hmm.
Maybe I'll leave and come back.
I'm gonna make a room.
I'm
Zav.
in the room, Brad.
Oh,
I'm
I've made a
next
new room. I've made a new room.
Okay.
Is that better, Jacko?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry
Alright,
about
cool.
that. Alright, so who's going to be up next?
It's gonna
Yeah,
be
it
me
was,
and Zav next.
That was a completely
That's
original
cool.
idea.
I saw you in your deck, Jackie, before we move on.
Oh, I saw you.
Set up. Yeah.
It's like you know, I wanted a big ice card that you can, you know, play that as a big threat and have kind of sit there and do its work. I couldn't think of. I ideally don't want to say you because in my mind I can see me flipping Clyde off it and feeling really sad.
Yeah.
But and then there, like I couldn't really think, so I just kind of defaulted to put in Soryu, and I was tempted to put in what's his name, Kurosame, not Kurosame, the other one. You know, the Doctor who also buffs ice forwards.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Kurosame. Yeah. And just having like more ways of getting the forwards in, but the remnants get big enough anyway. But I think Soryu is one of the cards that can easily change.
I think playing cards like Soryu, like just big cards that don't have any ETBs, they have to wait a turn. I think those cards are probably less priority now just because of the advent of cards like Sephiroth. You can just break them immediately.
Yeah,
And
100%.
got it forward to the board with no conditions. Really.
It was just unfortunate that he ended up playing the Sawyer out the turn that I got to play Sephiroth.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I think if
And the thing
that
is, I know that
Sawyer's
turn's
picked
coming
around
too.
another turn, I think the game probably flips on its head.
But I
Right,
think,
Brad, I'm ready. I'm ready
Uh,
when you are.
I just need to set up commentary and stuff. So, Zav, if you want to jump out of this channel while I sort
Yep.
out Discord and stuff, and then we'll get playing. I won't be able to talk to you in the game, but you know,
the chat can deal with
What
us.
if me and Jackie commentate?
you're going to be, but I need to stay in this room.
To keep streaming. Oh,
But I won't listen. I can't listen.
Alright, so if we
I
just
think-
jump into the
No, you stay in here. Stay in here. Stay in here. 'Cause if you jump, I won't be able to transmit it. So just wait here. 'Cause
alright.
I just need to do
I'll open up the Twitch chat so we can talk to people.
this. Uh. All right, you guys say something. Alrighty, cool. Right, I'll mute myself and stuff like that.
Alright, in a bit.
Let's
Good
get
luck, Brad.
started.
Yeah, let's say I got the game up. Got the Twitch chat up. Hello, Twitch chat. You're dealing with me and the Tiltmaster for this game. I'm watching some completely original Windwater against Mono Fire.
I'm very excited about seeing this brand new and what.
It's a combination we just don't see that much.
Yes.
And,
I'm just wondering how no one's noticed the interactions he was pointing out over the last 10 opuses.
Valafor untapping all your backup. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Alright, let's see where we're going. We've got opening hands drawn. And mulligan
Does
from
that
the
take
Windwater.
his mulligan? Ooh, the broodoo keep. Well, you know what? Brad will keep any hand, I think. So. Monify taking the play. I like it. You know, Monify is a slower deck. It's to take its time.
It does. At the same time, it really needs its backups out. So being able to play it, being able to take the play is really helpful in that regard.
A little interceptor. Get him out.
It's a really powerful card because it lets him take like the initiative with cards like Shadow, while still setting up his game state.
Yeah, and like Shadow, you know, if Shadow didn't even have Interceptor, I still think Monify would play it. Like, like Shadow itself is just a really powerful card, and you can just put the 2 CP back up to support it. I like him seeing the 1 CP Zac because that's obviously prime Xander material. Oh, GX. Oh, we've got some big boy cards coming out. The Libero is really good. You are going to need it in this game if you want to hold your board against. Because obviously, Monify can't really interact with like the hand. Then you've got to set in, so making you more resilient.
You're breaking up a bit again, Jackie.
It's a bit of a pain.
We've got a turn 2 Zidane from the Windwater deck as expected. But hopefully this version of Mono Fire might actually be quite resilient to Zidane, because you've got access to cards like Vivi, which you can play the next turn and kill the Zidane. So he has to prioritize taking those, but then you've also got a lot of other cheap options.
Yeah, but I say like he's fine to just maybe play Chaos down, maybe he can just play the Dadalum and have a forward in play that's going to be good again. Yeah, they obviously have to take the Vivi.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice but to take the Vivi, and that is actually really powerful in itself.
I'd be interested to see if Zab can develop some more backups here. Or the Neon Zidane. What a unique interaction that we've never seen before.
Why you take the Vivi if you go into me on the Zidane?
That'd be an interesting question to ask him. I would have been tempted to take Mont Blanc in this situation because Mont Blanc.
If I'm going to me on the Zidane, then I want to take the Mont Blanc or the Dadaluma. Either's fine. But taking the Vivi here seems very curious. Maybe he wasn't intending to play the Miyun originally?
Yeah, and then after seeing his hand, he's like, I'll be on the Zidane now then.
Well, he makes the decision after he's made this decision about the Zidane. I don't know, it's strange.
Yeah, but there we go. Montblanc, such a
Unless
match.
he wants to play Paramount this turn. That'd make
Maybe.
that'd make sense actually. If he wants to play a
Yeah.
Paramount here, make a 5k, because broodoo can just play out a Dadaluma and hold on to the VV.
Citra. I think it's got Pandemonium as the target, so it's just going to be, it just wants to get the forward in play.
Yeah, he can also play out the Zidane again now as well, have 2 forwards in play.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to. I still think Brad Tamer drives are the same here. You know, we're going to see Chaos, Dadaluma.
Chaos Dadaluma is a really powerful turn.
Here's a question: do you just take Xander here? Do you just take the big card?
No, because he's got the Chaos.
Oh yeah, just get it back.
If he's got, and Chaos can just play the Xander from the bin, so taking the Xander here just doesn't really have much of an impact.
And you might just take the Chaos.
Yeah,
because he's got a clean play of Marsh and Chaos next turn, you know, and uses all of his backups.
Chaos. Either's fine.
Let's see what the decision is from Zab. I mean, he's thinking about it. Yeah, because Chaos, I believe he grabs you back and forward of cost 5 odd rate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'd probably feel so much better about this if you hadn't taken the VV first time. Like maybe if you take the Mont Blanc and Mune back the Zidane. I don't know. It's just...
You have this really weird thing as well, where maybe he just didn't want him to just tap 2 and play the VV, where he doesn't have to invest any cards from his hand. But if he's tapping 2 to play in VV when you've Mune the Zidane, it'd be fine. But he chooses to take Marsh. I guess that's he's just saying he's like, you're gonna play your Xander, you're gonna have your Chaos and stuff like that. I'll just let you have it. I mean, from the cards we know, he's got Chaos Adalina seems fine here. You don't really want to stare down the 2 forwards.
Windwater can also answer a Xander quite handily in a lot of situations because deploying the Xander makes 4 forwards, but then you can just wipe them all.
Mop them up. Yeah. Nice draw here.
Essentially,
Floats 1 CP.
that's what the VV did. But
I guess you don't ever want to just play Chaos out. Right? Chaos in back Xander is one hell of a CP investment. Though. You're at least discarding 3 cards to do it.
yeah, but you're making 4 guys.
Yeah, true.
Plus, there's other situations where he might want
to.
There's other things he might want to Chaos. He might be playing Nail, for example.
Well, we've already seen he's playing cards like Jex and Cloud and stuff like that. And all these can be fine targets.
Seeing Cloud.
Yeah, nice. Got YRP online. Got 3 backups.
And Pseudo Rev's very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, Modify has enough haste threats. Like, you don't really want to get you don't want the 2 CP Zidane to come and snap your Citra off anytime.
You don't.
Oh, Chew Chascal going away. Interceptors to get the Dadaluma.
Yeah, I'm just attacking for 9. Doesn't get brave for another point, but this is still.
Ooh. I mean, Joe, that's exactly the kind of situation you want to see the Pandemonium in. You don't want him drawing that card.
No,
We already know he's got 1 in hand. No, that's got a full grip going into his turn. I mean, both players have set up, relatively well.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem with both players setting up well is it favours Windwater. Windwater has historically been good.
Fires. It depends. This turn's actually quite important for Windwater because he needs to be able to. He needs to be able to make his next step here.
Nice.
Or,
I mean, playing
Fire could very easily start pulling away.
Just playing Bran. Zav's always got represented 9 cards. We've seen his Zidane, we've seen his Bran here, and searching Ash. Like Ash is such a key card for the deck.
It's so powerful.
And this Bran has a lot of text, and all of it's good. I think when Ash dies, you can play blue on blue and bounce a guy. That's pretty good.
Especially when you've got something like Dadaluma in play, which is dealt Brad damage to play. So being able to put that back into his hands is a massive tempo swing. Because if he wants to play it out again, he has to take another damage.
And he's going to be going to the 3rd point this turn. Choosing to draw this card, activate a backup. So this is where Windwater can just run away with the game. If he gets like a Pain or something here, and can go like Pain Zidane or Pain Yustola or something like that, I assume the Chuchas will go to damage. I think it's looking good for Windwater here. But you know what? I always believe in Brad. Run away with the game.
Xander doesn't really matter too much because he's already seen one. You don't really need it. You're unlikely to need a second Xander, and in situations where he needs the second Xander, he has a Chaos.
Yeah, it's already got the Chaos.
Yeah.
So is that just sits there with 4 cards and doesn't make any further? I mean, Brad should be happy with this.
9k.
3CP.
Yeah.
But nice to see like a Black Hole. Start get his value players back. Pick off the Citra. We've got a 5.
Shadow's
Shadow.
really powerful here, depending on what he sees.
The only downside so far is we don't have any breakable backups.
That's we don't, but I don't think he's going to care because he's hit the Kuchaspel, which could be quite important. Okay.
What's the card? Is he just doing it? He's going to choose to play the Jax. And he's at the damage threshold, so it pings him for 1.
No, it's... yeah, it is. Yeah,
if your opponents are too high than you, you get the 1 point in.
Chaos is really powerful here because it can remove Yuna from the game as and when he wants.
Also, just had discussed, don't it, for him to just play the Shadow. He plays the Shadow. It's already got the natural haste, but he's got the Interceptor in play. Gets more than enough attacks in here too.
That's really, really big tempo swing. And even a deck like Windwater could struggle to come back from this type of situation.
Well, the problem here is, if you're sitting in a Zav, like this is definitely a board you want to wipe, and you don't have Penelo out yet, so you have to invest your summons into wiping the board.
Yeah.
So we're at least going to need like Valor 4, Pandemonium, or something like that.
We know he's got a Pandemonium, but
we know he's got 1 Pandemonium.
Yeah.
He's got Citra in play as well, which makes Brad feel a lot better, because if he blows like 2 summons from his hand here to wipe this board, or if he like plays the Pheno, your curtains are down, you can just play out Xander and get some value cards. We've seen, he's got Furion in the bin. I don't know if we've seen a 2CP fire forward.
Furion in the bin, or did the Furion go damage?
I feel like he discarded it. No, the 3CP one.
Yeah, the 3CP one doesn't. It needs 5 fire backups for haste, right?
Yeah, I think as a fire card does, it needs all of its fire support.
Yeah, we've got. So the Chaos kind of. I'm not going to say it hurts it, but it kind of.
The Chaos has got itself an innate breakable ability, right? You can just remove her forward from the game.
Yeah, that's we're already talking about playing Xander. You don't want to be playing Xander and using Chaos on the same turn, because then we're getting to like extreme amounts of CP, and then if Zav can develop a wipe from there, that puts Brad into a lot of a really, really bad situation.
But considering Zav, he's sitting here with his 7 card and you've got to assume he's got some plays to make there. Like even a card like Yustola, really good against Xander. Because you are probably going to stop the auto.
Yeah, but there's the Chaos in play, which.
But then you're forcing him to have to invest the CP, which you've just said Brad really doesn't want to avoid doing, really.
Yeah.
Zidane's the best card for him here, by far.
Zidane is extremely powerful. But I feel like if he had it, we might have seen it already.
Yeah, he'd have opened with it.
It's like even just the information gives you more to actually consider how to develop your turn.
Interesting, going to combat first.
So he's looking for his Ash activations.
I imagine we're going to see draw disc. If he's not doing anything in the first main phase, I assume we're going to see a draw discard. And before water
forwards. We could just see Diablo's Pandemonium here.
Yeah, it's pretty clean.
The attack with the Citra suggests that there is there's maybe a Valor here.
Yeah, let's see. He's going to block the reject to make him force a player now. Reject is 10k, I believe.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But unfortunately, I have an awkward thing with the templates covering up my cards. So basically, we get to test my card game knowledge here. Yeah, reject is just a clean 10k.
Oh no, he's 9k base, but we've got the Libro out.
You've got the LeBron play.
Yeah. Okay, so we see the dark. Yeah.
What are the modes like break, eject, shrink, pandemonium? I mean, I feel like he should have.
Well, he wants to attack first in case he can bait the block with Dadaluma.
Oh yeah, try and make your opponent to make him club.
If Zav blocks with Dadaluma, then he can Diabolos, kill Jet, shrink Dadaluma, and not have to play the Pandemonium.
Yeah.
The one thing is, if you don't
See what Chuchaloon he's playing.
then it's that play can leave you quite open to Shadow Special. Yeah, break Jet, shrink Banner, and then follow up with the Pandemonium.
And he still gets to get the attacking with Nash, which is quite nice.
Well, yeah.
But you are setting yourself up to go to 5. Which depends on 1 CP Ifrit, which is a pretty good card. Feels like 8,000 down, just going to be really good against all of them waters forwards.
Mm-hmm.
But then still have time to play his card. Titus would be a really good one. Oh, Aerith.
That Aerith's actually quite powerful in this situation.
It's just really good against like the little bits of damage that fire wants to do. Sometimes it gives good.
And the issue he has here is that he could just die this turn. That is a thing that could happen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've also got the Chaos just being able to remove Aerith from the game. Ooh, Bomb. Bomb is a really interesting card, actually. I think it's really, really powerful.
Especially now he's going to be playing Xande.
Which instantly turns it on and gives it all the cannons.
Yeah, which then contain K Aerith.
I believe Hearing still gets the haste threshold from having one.
This is, well...
It's not quite lethal, but it's close.
It means Zav has to have a second wipe the turn after he's wiped.
Unless I'm missing something here. I feel like maybe Brad should have discarded the last card in his hand when paying for Xande instead of leaving it for Zach to discard and do nothing with. But we'll see how that goes. He could have left up like the... I guess it doesn't matter too much what you leave up. But... Zav just going to death point.
It forces him to use the bomb as opposed to...
Interestingly, Brad choosing to end instead of using the bomb.
Well, alright. It means he can't... Right, it means that the bomb isn't... The bomb has to be used on the Aerith, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, he can't just... on whatever. He can't just, like, kind of sit there. And with the Aerith already dead. Like, the bomb actually has to be used on something. But yeah, Brad could have left up... Well, there's nothing really to leave up. Maybe... Yeah.
Yeah, you just... I'd say it's fine either way.
Holding on to the Ifrit, you're not going to be able to hold on to the Ifrit, so there's no real point holding up CP unless you've maybe got 2 CP summons plus a card that draws you something in your deck.
This looks really, really bad here. Yeah, end of main phase 1. Just go and bomb the Ash. I think he kind of has to there because if Zap's hand has Valor Forfina in it, the game is over.
Yeah.
No, he can't do that. Can't really put can't put a lethal together now because he's only got 2 attackers. It's not even safe for him to attack. The forwards are far too big. I'm trying to, look at what Zab's doing here. Yeah, but he just has to go to end phase. I don't think there's anything huge do there.
Actually,
Now it's...
No, I think that might be lethal. Yeah, he's dead on board.
Yeah, Brad's got it with just the attacks and the chaos activation, right?
Yeah, the chaos activation of the attacks is currently lethal. We don't necessarily know what's in Zav's hand. He may have.
I bet say yeah, he could have he could have a Citra Pacify, he could have a Diablos.
Yeah, but even then, he's going to be on 1 forward to his opponent's 4.
Chaos being an extremely powerful card. Choosing to break Sometimes you don't want to kill your opponent.
Well, this is safer when you're thinking about something like maybe Diabolos. You set up so that even in the worst case scenario, it's very hard for Zav to come back in.
Yeah. And now Furion is a 9k, 10k with first strike. So this attack is free. It's gonna be chumped by one of them. Yeah, pain.
The fact that he blocked with pain there tells me he probably doesn't have a Diabolos. I think
if he has the Diablos, he
you
needs to do
put
it.
there right there.
Yeah, and you crack it off right away.
Yeah.
Or you can leave yourself with the one extra card in hand and maybe put him off attacking.
Mm-hmm.
Zande having taken damage here means that Brad could just be attacking into Valifor, which is probably what's going to happen when we get here. Yeah, so we're going to see the Valifor here as clean up at the end of the time.
Does mean that Brad gets to keep the Marsh though.
Yeah, he's got the Marsh in hand and he's got the Furion in play.
Yeah.
The Furion is going to attack every turn. Okay,
So we're not going to see any fanfrets out of Zav's deck, so this Furion probably just ends the game eventually, because Zav doesn't have the resources to be able to play multiple forwards in a turn.
Citra's a good one. She's just jumping next turn and your Marsh is going to find a forward.
She's not particularly impactful. There's still FF6
Grabbing back Diablos.
deck to get haste from the Interceptor. Yeah, we're watching a game that's finished.
Although he just goes to combat, taking the slow. Interesting that he doesn't just play Marsh in the first main phase, so it goes, but Brad just playing really safe, really clean.
Mm-hmm. Just making sure he doesn't lose from here.
So we flip here. I feel like that would have been the lethal play, would have got the Daddle give it haste of Interceptor, but it's fine. He can win the turn after, he doesn't have to win right away. But now, Zab's staring down the barrel of the bomb, killing his blockers, and it's just...
He does
but maybe
the CP to play the Marsh and the Daddaloomer and give it haste anyway. Use
it's 3 cards in hand, so it's tap 4 backups, play Marsh, go back to 3 cards and then discard for Daddaloomer. Either. But obviously, if you don't hit the 6 forward, then it's just it's a bit bad.
You can't assume you're going to hit Daddaloomer anyway.
Yeah.
Plus Daddaloomer.
Insight's a wonderful thing.
Deal 4K.
So we know that Zav has Diablos in hand. He ideally needs to kill these forwards and also make his own forwards. I mean, he's running down, he's behind on deck. He's 1 damage away from death. And as soon as you kill this Shadow, you also have to worry about the fact he could just have multiple haste threats left in his deck.
Well, you've got a haste Daddaloomer next turn.
He could just have another Shadow.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's probably just too much to deal with, to be honest.
If anyone can make it work, Zav. I believe in him. He'll go until the end.
Yeah, I enjoy your belief. That's
this is kind of good. If he's got a blue card in hand, he can.
He's got can activate, develop another forward. It's one of the few ways he actually could. A Tidus here is actually really powerful.
Yeah, I can see that being really good. because you want to set yourself up into a situation where you snatch this victory off of Brad. Because at this point, though, the value game's over. Fire is just going to keep playing its cards out.
Eventually, Brad draws his third Zande as well.
So holding up Valafor into Diablos is probably the best combination of cards that Zav can have.
The Valafor doesn't activate anything because.
Oh yeah, Union's gone. Yeah. And Diablos takes all of the cards in your hand. Well, the chaos in Una really shut the game down. Alright, Daddy Luna, take ourselves a ping. Free attackers, got the second counter on bomb. If you see the, just go straight to the attack phase. And that's the time to make something happen.
Kill the bomb. He could actually kill the Ash here. Using the bomb Geomancer and Mont Blanc activate ability.
Yeah, he could just blow it all together. Did have Valafor and Athena in hand, but just does not have the cards to make him click. Well, guys, I know you're all really not looking forward to seeing Windwater, but it is always nice to see Windwater lose again. The last point in Windwater. But that was a fairly good game. I feel like we identified when Fire really made the switch and started steaming ahead.
Yeah, Dav really punished for that early Zidane take as well.
Yeah, I really want to know about the Zidane turn. I mean, obviously it was turn 2, and you can say a lot's gone on since then, but I'd love to know the decision to be taken with VB. Hopefully they'll join us and we'll talk about it. I'm sure Zav's going to come in here and tell us how he could have won the game.
We'll find out soon. Be quite
I'm not strong enough in this server to join in. Ramo with a mono fire hype. That's what I like to hear.
What's good?
What's good, my man?
What's good?
Congratulations on your win.
Cheers, bud. Let's get Sav up in here. There we go.
Hello.
GG's, bud.
Hello.
Alright, congratulations on the game, guys.
Yeah, it was really nice to watch. And so I've got there's definitely a couple of talking points we'd like to, at least me and Graham identified on like to talk about this game. The first one being Zidane taking VV turn 2.
I hate you so much. I drew a nut backup curve. I was like, oh, I'm gonna game. Then he fucking Zidane's it out of my hand.
Well, we were looking at it when you.
I think taking the VV was right there.
Yeah, it was. It absolutely
With
was.
them having the Miyun for the next turn. Sorry, the Miyun as well.
Yeah.
Because it means I know I'm gonna play the Zidane out the turn after, and if I don't take the VV, he's still gonna have it. He's just gonna save.
I suppose
he's gonna run out the VV anyway.
I suppose if you didn't, and you took the Mont Blanc off me, which was the other target, right? If you took that Mont Blanc, or maybe even the Chaos, to be honest, man, because you know that Chaos can remove Una.
Yeah, so the other option was playing the Chaos. The reason I didn't play the Chaos, take the Chaos, is because it can't do any. You're not going to play it within the next 3 turns.
Yeah.
And I should be able to get a sizable enough advantage
within
those 3 turns that I can out-resource you at that point. But you drew the ace. You drew the one of ace. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the plays that I got only really worked because you kind of got shafted a little bit on your backups.
A little bit. I think.
Like you didn't get to that sweet 5, did you?
I didn't get to the 5 straight away, but I was enough ahead. I didn't take the Zande because you weren't. If you played the Zande, you get the Furion and the Zac back because you weren't on 5 damage yet. And then I have in my hand the Diablos, the Athena, the Pandemonium, and the Veilfor ready.
Right. So you kind of wanted me to do that.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm not going to take the Xander because if he just goes for it next turn, he uses his entire hand and fills the board, which
Yeah.
plays into my hand.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm going to take the backups, but then you just drew more backups, so it didn't really work out for me.
Yeah, I got lucky. I was
Especially with drawing the ace. I wouldn't say it's lucky, but it definitely was like it was the line that made it was the draws that made my line worse.
yeah, absolutely.
I think talk about how Brad was really BM and he could have chaosed for lethal, but instead chaosed to Eunice. He had to struggle through the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Well, he had 3 in his hand, right? If that was, I don't know. He had 2 backups up, right? I was kind of scared of
He had
Valafor.
one backup up.
Did he only have the one?
Because you bombed the Ash, so he didn't have the 2 backups up there.
Right. I don't know, man.
I think he was scared of. I think he was scared of like.
You know what? I was actually scared. I was scared of Citra actionability for a while.
Yeah.
Just pacifying one of you guys down. Not letting you get in.
Just because if I'd swung sideways and then you'd Citra'd me on my turn, you could have actually killed me, I think.
There was a turn where I could have gotten rid of your Ject. It was a turn where I played the Diablos to get rid of Ject and Dadaluma.
Yeah.
But the big problem is, I could have gotten rid of Ject, Dadaluma and Shadow, but I would have had to use Pandemonium, Veilfor and Fina.
And then I would have been able to Xander you, right?
Yeah.
And then he has the Xander, which I can't then get rid of because I've just used everything. So I think that was an incorrect. That would have been incorrect for me to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say that's what we had. Like you needed to be in a position where you could set up where you could clear a board and then be ready to clear the Xander next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because at a point you can't do that. You can't clear the board.
Yeah. Which is what I was trying to set up. It was just unfortunate for me that I think the big turning point for that game was just Brad drawing the ace. Like him being able to develop a backup for cheap and kill the Zidane.
Yeah.
Really helped Brad's game plan.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That and you missing with the third backup that turn.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
was really big.
It was,
Yeah.
Because at that point Brad started to get ahead in value.
Oh, man,
That's
Like
Final
I did
Fantasy,
actually. I had the Bran in hand, but there was no good point for me to play the Bran because I can't play Bran and Ash and keep resources in hand, and I can't play. I had no other. I had at that point in time. I had no other free drop in my hand, so I couldn't. It would have just been. It would have just been like play Bran and leave it there, or play Bran Ash and have to discard 2 for Ash, which I think is bad as well.
No, that's not good.
The turn you played Citra Zidane if you've got the backup there. So if
Yeah,
you've
that
got
would have been
Bran
real
there
good.
and can go Bran
Instead of
Zidane,
making 2 forwards, make a backup,
then
make a
you don't
forward.
get punished quite so hard by the.
Yeah, no, I didn't have the Bran at that point.
But that's the turn I'm talking about.
Yeah, I didn't have the Bran at that point.
But it does answer the question of is
No,
mono fire
sorry.
good?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I did have the Bran. I did have the Bran at that point, but I didn't have a water CP. No, I had the unit. I had the unit. Yeah, no, I didn't have the Bran then. I didn't have it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I personally would like to see Fizzikal and GhoulFrieght next. I don't know about you guys, but I really want to see how that goes.
Alright, let's get it out of the way. Let's do it.
I'd love to see this matchup.
Get the losers game
I'm
on.
ready.
If you'd like to make a room before we switch over, Zav or Jackie.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Actually, I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna get myself some water.
We just swap into the lobby, right?
Yep. Well, just wait here for a second. We'll wait.
Mono Fire just ends up putting such big numbers onto the board as well. Like everything's 9 and 10k.
Yeah, having that Lebro super early too was pretty crazy.
I didn't manage to draw into the Archer till the point it was not relevant. I think Chaos is a really nice addition to that deck though.
Yeah, I've been dabbling with him a little bit. He was in my opener, so what was it? My opener was Mont Blanc, Lebro, and Chaos. Dadluber and I think Zach or something actually. I was looking at it, I was like, there's a lot of cards that I don't really need here, and I'm on the play, so I'm going to be able to go hopefully Mont Blanc turn 1, but I just drew straight into Interceptor. I was like, great, this is great, let's do this.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. Rewarded. Absolutely rewarded.
Well, anything else
Sure.
rewarded for winning at the dice roll.
Yeah, that's also
Oh,
really
yeah.
powerful. You know what else is really powerful?
The
EX bursting the Rico into your hand. That's
If
really
you,
powerful.
If you don't win the dice roll there, I get to Zidane away the Lebro.
Well, turn one's a Dan.
No, because I go first, and then your turn 1 is your interceptor.
Yeah.
And then I get to, on my turn, Zidane away the Libero.
And bounce
yeah,
it.
Dice roll.
Yeah.
Dice roll always important, as usual.
Don't lose the dice roll. You heard it here. Pro tips.
Honestly,
Ladies and
if
gentlemen.
I could give anybody advice, it is always win the dice roll. I've got the room up.
I mean,
You should be able to do.
I won
Yeah.
the dice roll against you, and I won the game. So
So what we said is dice roll has a
So
100%
far,
win.
dice roll's got 100% win rate. So, you know, say something.
I'm pretty sure across the lifetime of the game, the dice roll has a higher win rate than I have.
No, that's fair.
Let me just tell myself to spectator before you start.
That's also a higher win rate than Zav.
Probably.
Ah, it's funny because I don't believe Zav is nowhere 38.
Where's I can't find the room. Oh,
It's a
there.
fun marathon.
I've got it.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Alright. Should we kick him out of here, Brad, and get comfy?
Just a moment while I
I'll get some quality alone time.
reconfigure. There we go. Okay. Right. Scram, you guys.
Alright, in a bit.
Peace. Good luck, guys. Okay, so let's have a look. So, Fizzikal versus GhoulFrieght, Mono Ice versus YRP Windwater. Who have you got? Who's your boy?
I feel like the Mono Ice is going to have a lot of issues here.
Yeah?
Like it that's so efficient
Yeah.
in its plays. There's like builds of Mono Ice that will be a lot better favoured, but I feel like the remnants will look a lot weaker here than they did against me.
So,
What are you thinking?
you know what? I've got faith. I've got faith in Mono Ice.
You got faith?
I've got faith in Mono Ice. I think it's going to be able to get that early draw, get that early switch up, get him on. But we're going to see turn 1 Shinra straight out of Zav. Zav won the dice roll. I don't know. I don't know. That's a Kukulane and a Pandemonium going straight to the break zone. So, what are we going to have?
Another matchup where Sayu's probably going to look underwhelming.
Yeah, you're going to have a really hard time playing that card when Diablos is running rampant.
And your
But
opponent's got 3 Diabolos and 3 Citra.
it is still an EX burst, draw a card.
It's
Most of
very
the time.
powerful.
It is still, you know, free advantage sometimes.
Got a big bird and a Shinra into the break zone there.
Oh, straight into the Pain. Of course it is, he searched it out. So, Pain's probably going to find our Una, fix our CP, get that blue backup down, start the engine. So, this opening from Jacko is pretty strong though. He's already got his ice forwards buffed, which means that the majority of the decks, the cards that he wants to play, are going to be 3 and 4 CP, are going to be able to, you know, push over that limit. And hopefully he's going to go into 2 more backups this turn, or make another 2 CP. There it is, 2 down, and make a Harley. Could be a big turn next turn.
And I said, Edward plus 2 drop next turn is incredibly powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And puts him a long way ahead in terms of value. And we get that's gotta feel bad.
Shinra building. That was awful. So, what's that? First damage, Idolus. What did he get back? Sephiroth! Hooah! You need to make a backup right now, Xavier St. Helenos.
Back.
If this is Una, I'm gonna cack myself. Or mission. I mean, that's basically a Riku, right? So, mull those 4 cards. One. Oh, just one. Must have a pretty tight hand.
He's gonna be. He's got to think about the fact that he's probably going to be discarding 2 Sephiroth this turn.
Right.
There is a chance of that, so he doesn't necessarily want to put every card that he doesn't want.
Do you think Sephiroth here is a good play? It's going to take Jacko down to 4 in hand.
It depends what his follow-up is.
Looks like he's doing it anyway. Maybe there's no more backups left. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, they're pretty nice.
If there's a Renoa here, then
tasty.
he's in a really, really nice spot. Especially if the last card is good.
Oh, he's just gonna rob him blind, brother. And
cards for
Canelo.
4 cards for 4 cards, but I get an 8k.
Exactly. Exactly.
That was a really powerful EX burst.
That was absolutely enormous. Citra coming down. I'm going to put another card back into hand. Keep that hand size. I like this card here. It's going to mean that not only is Sephiroth fully disabled, but it means that he can add to board while maintaining that hand size that he desperately needs to protect right now.
Another double discard could actually.
Looks like we've got more Mono Ice support in the chat. I think. Oh, get him out! Oh, Feed of Valor!
He's cast the Valor. He's actually casting the Valor, which is the correct thing to do here, but.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you can hit EX burst.
What?
EX burst, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Stuff
It's going to be quite a bit to get that working though, right? We'll see. Not in hand.
Either way.
Laws doesn't really have any TV, right? Doesn't really do a whole lot. So he buffs his other forwards, and when he dies, he discards a card. So he's going to be actively blocking with that card.
Quite powerful, right? Here.
Mm-hmm.
It also. The thing at Laws is you're incentivized to kill him because he buffs your other remnants. But when he dies, you have to discard. Alright, so we've got no Tower of Pain. He'll be taking this because he doesn't want a 7k draw card to happen right now. Riku would be quite nice for Zav, but no, he's just passing the turn with 2 cards in hand. We know there's not another Sephiroth.
Do you not think it's worth block? Oh, maybe he's trying to Diablos on the flip. Maybe he's got a Diablos in his hand. Maybe that's the play. There it is. Yeah, that would have been a really bad block. That was a good read. So he's going to be breaking that Sephiroth, and
he can break. I think break activate forwards and block the Laws with Citra.
Ooh.
Citra stops that exact line.
He's going to try and get a block in, I think.
I think he'll take the point.
Take the point?
Yeah, like he's winning a damage race.
Yeah, that's true.
He wants to keep getting points to turn his Pandemoniums on, because Pandemonium's probably going to be a bit more powerful than Valor here. I can't see him
Yeah.
5 backups. So trading points is actually, I'm not going to say it's where he wants to be, but it's probably the best he can hope for.
Yeah, man. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? Hope lockdown's not getting you too bad and you still getting your fix of FF every now and again, man. So, Loz going straight in, get that damage in. I'm a bit sad that Jacko couldn't make a backup off those 2 CP last turn. Turn those into something 3 CP. Make a Garland. Oh, just kick him while he's down. Why don't you? That's huge.
That's really, really bad.
Decided to.
He's done the pain,
Yeah,
so
yeah. Still not
that
seeing
tells
the
me
pain.
they've got a nice set of efficient plays here. Because otherwise he can still make the attack. Jackie's not going to block with the Garland because Valor is a thing. He doesn't want to make that trade.
Struggling to keep up with his damage. Everyone's slugging around like an absolute champ. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Chris. That sounds really cool, man.
Alright, so we've got an Ash.
Ash is coming down off of 2. Wants to float that CP, so he's probably going to use that to untap Shinra, right? Yeah. Then he can use that to build a backup.
He can use it to build a backup. He can use it to build another forward. He can use it to Valor. He's got options. It's just what does he want to do with...
That's right. Yeah. I think Zav needs to get some backups down and just play on the cusp of defeat. Here, Jacko's in 5 in hand though. Don't want to be staring down that many cards.
Yes. But you've got to remember that the cards in Jackie's hand are going to be less powerful than the cards in Zav's hand. Just because of the decks that they're playing and the way that they're playing.
Right.
So, Jackie's happy to trade cards from his hand for cards from Zav's hand because his individual cards just aren't as good.
So it looks like he's not going to be. It's the start of his main one, so he's probably debating whether or not he wants to use Garland Trigger here and keep something tapped out. I think potentially keeping Pain down could be strong here.
It could be.
It also means that you get to swing in with your Lotters, potentially buff it up.
Probably what I'd go for.
Okay.
Yeah, there we see.
Take the
it.
Archer?
Yeah, he's actually behind on backups at this point, so he kind of wants to keep it somewhat even. He's got a Yazoo to dull the Ash to
He's
get
going to
two
get
more
2
points
more damage in. 1.
And the Yazoo's a 7k because of the laws.
2. He's straight to Diablos in damage. Diablos not good here.
It's one of those where you take it. You take it because of, well, you need to be able to remove forward at this moment in time.
Yeah.
Dire plus Pandemonium will help you with that. You've got other ways of stacking damage on top. It's just useful.
So 8 and a 3 staring down 5, 6, 7. 3 to 5 on damage.
From the laws, remember.
Of course, yep. Jacko likes to take that number off. My bad. So we can get some pretty powerful trades in when our guys swing right now, and they both have death triggers, which means that these guys are pretty locked.
The Yazoo dulling and freezing a character on death means that the Ash is probably not going to be attacking.
Though Valivore Interfina here means that we could actually wipe the board while making a forward and stopping that Loz trigger from having any effect by emptying the hand. So we're going to see what this does.
Valivore is actually really powerful here because Jack is going to struggle to actually kill multiple forwards. So
and he's also going to be able to level up the damage as well. There's going to be 2 attackers coming in here. Draw or discard. He's going to be ditching a Porum, swinging in with that 8k Ash. Did he untap a forward? No. What was the unit tap for? Oh, Garland trigger.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's gone plus 1k. Draw discard.
He's made the attack with Pain.
Yeah.
It's 3k on the Yazoo. It's worth considering.
Oh, doing the backup dance. Valivore, that's going to trade with the Yazoo?
No, the Yazoo's still 1k.
7k. 7-3, yeah, he's still good.
Citra into Valivore.
Oh, what's that going to be? That's going to get rid of the Garland, right? Get rid of the Garland and the Yazoo.
Kills the Garland and the Yazoo.
Yeah, they're the ones that you want to get rid of right now. Could even be that Fina if he's found another one. I think we haven't seen his Fina yet, have we?
He's only
3
one card in
CP.
hand, so he can't actually. No, he could discard the card. No, he doesn't have the CP to be able to play Fina.
What's this? Oh, it's
I think
Pain,
he
right?
discarded one off the second Sephiroth special as well.
Oh yeah. How many Sephiroth specials have you had? So 3 CP. Well, it can't be Pain because when he played Pain against me, he just did it for free and things like that. So it's probably gonna be a Tola.
No, that's head for the Citra, right?
Oh right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's thinking about what to get back. He can get back Pandemonium here, actually. That's probably... if he's got one in the break zone, I think he discarded one. He doesn't get
Valivore.
does that. But it's more efficient at getting rid of the Yazoo. So yeah, discards the Riku from his hand to Valivore, kill 2 forwards, and pass the turn.
That's quite a change. Switch up. So 5-4 currently to Fizzikal. 5 and 6 in hand, 3 backups, just a 7k to play with. So what do we want to see here? I think it's almost time for Lassie Soryu to shine, isn't it? Genesis. Oh, taking him straight to 6. Yep, Genesis is still good.
It really is.
Genesis is still good. That's going to rob him of... No, he's got no cards left, so... Oh no, it's just Lazoo, isn't it? Yep,
it's
so
just
that's 6-4. Playing with fire.
No, this is mono ice versus wind water, man. There's no fire here.
My bad. I've got fire on the mind. Got fire on the mind. So, still got 4 cards left in hand. Do we want to sit on this? I think you're happy to hold kind of advantage, unless you've got some real plays, like maybe some backups for the next play or something. I think you just want to, yeah, you want to chill, right? Because he's only got 2 to play with here. Probably going to use his Ash trigger to find some more cards.
Maybe activate Citra. I can see him doing that.
I think he's going to need it. But those guys, they're not dying. These forwards are not going to be dead this turn.
He's really weak to Kadaj into Yazoo as well.
Yep.
So
We
he's
could-
got
He's really weak to Cloud. Just Legend Cloud coming down is just going to be able to remove anything.
Cloud's quite good here.
Cloud's really good, especially if he lets him take the damage here. If he can push himself to 5, that would make Cloud a 9k and make him even harder to remove.
Yeah.
Yazoo? Yazoo's not been on the board for a while. Have we seen Yazoo this game?
Yeah, we did. It was the first one.
Yeah. Yazoo just freezes, right?
It don't.
Yeah.
No, it does don't freeze on it.
Okay. Doesn't freeze when it dies. I don't know. I think. Did we miss that trigger? Ram, I think we missed the trigger.
It seems like it was missed.
Oh well.
But
Charity.
the Citra should be frozen from the Genesis.
Well, I think he's untapped it, right?
Yeah, I don't know. He's not indicated whether or not he's going to combat. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Well, they're probably talking it out between them. So, even in this current state. Ooh, 4 CP. What's he spinning back? Loz, okay.
Dollars back.
This is going to be a filthy garage play. You ready? Filthy. Water deserves no charity. You know what? You're absolutely right. Deserves no. This is the Cloud. Oh, it's not. It's Kadaj. Searching for a remnant. Probably going to find Yazoo, right?
Oh, this is really.
There he is. Dylan
This
freeze.
is really bad for Windwater right now.
I don't think it's going to be enough though. Is it? Kadaj when it freezes when it comes in. So it looks like he's about to dull one of the attackers and freeze another backup. Right? That seems like the play. Though it does mean you don't get to attack this turn. Too many big boys. I think taking the backups off of Zav is probably the play here.
Yeah, he just freezes backups.
Unless of course there is a way in here. And it's definitely possible because he could very easily play Cloud if he's got it in his hand. Use that Harley to pay for its ability. Get another point in, but we're gonna.
There's discards available as well. We've not seen an Edward out of him yet. An Ed would be really powerful.
Ed would be ridiculous. Though I think he needs to make some bodies. Because Zav currently does have the ability to deal lethal with those 3 forwards. I suppose if Kadaj does manage to attack, block, sorry, he will be able to take another blocker out. But
Not necessarily.
I wouldn't want to chance it because Windwater has many ways to untap. Blackwolf's going to the break zone. Yazoo coming down. That's going to dull a character, and Kadaj is going to freeze something. Freeze another backup. There's the Harley.
Cloud of Darkness would be extremely powerful.
Glacial Bolus. Dull that. Make him discard. Or would you push here and try and take more forwards? Discard's the art mission. Trade that Genesis into Citra. I agree with that. That's the second Citra we've seen, right?
Yeah.
And then Kadaj on his own can provide lethal here.
Starting with Kadaj Yazoo.
This is a nail biter from both sides.
It is.
So 3 CP, 5 CP.
Uh,
Oh, 3 CP.
3 because 2 was back.
Oh, 2 of them were frozen, weren't they? Of course they were.
That's a Citra.
There's the next Citra. This is the final Citra, I believe. Windwater clinging on for dear life here. So the question is, do you poke?
I don't know if you can afford to. I don't know if you need to. That adding that tutor lane back's actually really powerful.
Ah, blanking the Kadaj.
Well, it's the Yuzu triggers.
Where does the activate Shinra come from?
Ash.
Aha, of course. Probably going to buff his forwards. Yeah, looks like he's buffing and giving him 1k. He's going to go in. Probably going to have to take that. Sid Allstein. That's going to trigger, isn't it? Choose one forward if you control 2 or less. Don't freeze it. That is massive. That's
huge.
massive. Absolutely humongous. That's going to put Zav completely on the back foot.
Pin here. I'm just trying to.
Yaxbasta! You're right. You're absolutely right. Cuculane going straight into the break zone, and he's going to have a look at his hand. That's the most important thing here. He's got another. Oh, that's tiny. So that is ETB freeze, right?
ETB. Yes. Could I just provide a freeze? But it also buffs Yuzu and Kadaj by 2k. The Yuzu is going to be able to get in. Trade with something.
I think the problem that you're going to have here.
Just playing out the loss is lethal.
Yeah, right. You swing in. It doesn't die though, right?
The Yuzu, it treads. It's a 7k.
Is it going to dull something?
When it dies, it dull and freezes.
Yeah, but it's not going to die in combat here.
It treads.
It's an 8k, isn't it?
No.
It's got you got Loz is buffing it.
Yeah, by 2k, and it's a 5k base.
Oh, Yazoo, of course, is the one that dulls and freezes when it dies. I do apologise.
Yeah, Yazoo's gonna tread.
Yeah. That's lethal on board. Just take it, Zav. Take it like a champ.
I've seen some powerful EX bursts in my life, but that Eodolus.
That was pretty strong. So we've seen some really nutters EX bursts off of Mono Ice. And not a single one of them was White Tiger. Let's see, Saw You or whatever his name is. Jacko's gonna hate me for butchering his name.
I'm not gonna lie, I tried playing.
He's drawing cards. Alright, I think this game's over.
Yeah, he's looking at the next few cards.
I think this is done. So, well done indeed to Jacko. 5-7.
Edward in his hand. Yep. Showing off the power of backup Sid Allstein's EX burst ability.
There you go. Nuts card. Absolutely nuts card. Right, let's get them up here for a quick chat, shall we? Switch that over. That was rapid.
Alright, lads.
That was rapid.
Right. So Zav, how much do you want to load up a copy of FF15 and beat the crap out of Iodolus now?
It wasn't even that, to be honest. Like, there was multiple points in that game where I'd just win if Jackie doesn't, 1, have all his Sephiroths, and 2, hit EX burst at critical points.
Yeah, the Sid Allstein cleaned that.
The Iodolus didn't really matter, but like, if he doesn't hit the Sid Allstein at the end there, I actually still win. I think, just about, because my Ash doesn't get dull and frozen, and he can't attack with. It means he can't attack with the Kadaj even if it's an K, because he's dead on the swing back if I find any single way to get rid of the Loz. So he's just unlucky. Especially seeing as though like I feel like I fought through the Sephiroth specials really well. But yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes.
It just felt like until the last turn or two, you were always behind.
Yeah.
I was always behind. I think it's a testament to the
Zidane
deck.
kind of what pulled you
Yeah.
back? Zidane kind of.
It's a testament to the deck of how strong it is, because I would have won that game despite the horrific luck I had if I didn't have another piece of bad luck on top of it.
Talk about it a little, but that shit else done with pure skill, mate. I put that card in my deck so I could damage it.
You play one?
You know, it was all meant to be.
Is that a
happening,
one-off?
the
Tell
stars
me that's a
aligned.
one-off. Jacko can't hear me again, can he?
And the remnants are just a bit too good, you know what I mean? A bit riding their
Jackie,
bikes
can you hear
around.
Brad?
No, once again, I cannot hear Brad.
I
It's
don't
like,
know
I'll
what's
lose it.
going on with this.
That's really strange. Let me grab him
Check
again.
your settings for that guy, because
I
blooming heck.
ain't changed anything. Is that better?
Right. Yeah, every time I come back, I've got to leave and then come back, apparently.
Alright, well, what it
Oh, what are you
is.
saying, Brad?
Is that sort of kind of one-off?
Yep.
Grimy.
If you make, I mean, I learned this a while ago, but if you just play one-offs, you're actually more likely to EX person.
Check
No,
out.
it's maths. It's pure maths, man. Trust.
That's not maths, mate. That's
No, it
idiocy
is,
logic.
You are more likely to EX burst one-offs.
To be fair, right, you are less likely to draw them in 2 cards.
It is a fact that if you play less of the card, you're more
than
likely
if
to
you
draw it.
play multiple.
When you damage one, apparently you're more likely to do it. Welcome to Math with the North.
Yeah.
I feel
Play
like
one of games.
you're less likely to draw it, but I don't know if that makes you more likely to EX burst it. I feel like that's not the case.
Oh,
Either
well.
way, I think the good takeaway from this is that Waterwind is losing, which
Yep.
I think the community wants to see.
Yep.
I can't believe you brought this fresh new deck idea to this tournament, Sam, and just got absolutely mopped up.
Yep.
I know, man. My deck building is not on par. I will say before we started, Graham told me to play 2 Pandemonium and 1 Choo Choo, and after these 2 games, I can say that's incorrect. Just play 3 Pandemonium, boys.
I mean, you wanted to play 3 Pandemonium, 1 Choo Choo, and I thought if you're gonna play a Choo Choo, I don't think you want to play 10.
Yeah, I
summons.
wanted to play 10 summons, but I kept
Loaded
it
up
at 9.
I
XQ7.exe.
think Brian's correct.
I think you just don't play the. I think I should have just kept it as I originally had it and just played 3 Pandemonium instead. But
And
either
don't play
way,
the Choo Choo.
yeah, none of these things would have helped me today.
I've got some awful mistakes so far of not drawing the backups and not drawing my light cloud. Clearly, I need to play 3 light clouds.
Right.
Does that mean our next
We
game
didn't
is
see
gonna
any
be-
light clouds from you, man. I was kind of hoping he was going to come
No,
down.
I had all the remnants in play though. I did have all the remnants in play
Are
at the end
you,
of the
are
game.
you playing 3 cloud?
Just 2.
Just 2. 2
Because I've
seems
still
fine.
got Soyu in my deck, but Soyu's getting out.
Yeah.
Just so other like I don't know, something that makes my opponent discard.
Something that's actually good, right?
I kind of want to put Genova in just for the flavour.
Like, is it Genova Synthesis? Is that the one we've got? Have we got something like that?
Yeah, it's like both players discard like a 5 CP 9k
On attack. On attack. Not even on ETV. On attack.
on attack.
That's mental, that.
But it's
That's a bit-
flavourful, isn't it?
It's a bit like that Edward that fucking does nothing when it comes in. Right. So next
Right,
up,
we've got
let's
Broodoo versus Graham.
yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
I'll make a room now.
I'll leave this room.
Looking forward to this. Get to watch a game with my boy Zav.
Yeah.
This is the one.
What?
This is the commentary of Legends. This.
Right, I'll get out of here.
Me and Zav together just can't be stopped. Well, we're not getting salty over our own games. It's incredible.
Yeah, man.
Well, no, that was a I'm
I think that game was like it was an interesting game from your side.
I mean, I've got some. It's really weird. I've got a mono ice that really doesn't make my opponent discard if I don't draw Sephiroth. I think that's a big downside.
Yeah, like I would have been able to fight through that game a lot easier without the Sephiroths, and as we saw in your game with Graham, that didn't really come into fruition.
Yeah.
Because you got to draw him early, right? So
The remnants all working together are really good at like.
Yeah, the remnants are surprisingly good actually.
I think the light cloud and remnant thing is going to be quite good.
I think they definitely need a little bit.
I'm gonna get moving, so I'm gonna
Because-
shut myself up now.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they need a little bit of support just because they're quite weak bodies.
Yeah. Well, Loz gives them all 2k, which is
He does give him 2k, but the Loz is quite easy to remove himself. I think something like maybe we'll have to see how it goes, but I think we'll have to see how you go against Brad's deck, Monofire, like a deck that can easily remove forwards without having to like combo.
Well,
But we'll
I believe
see
Zav won the dice roll in our game and then lost, so
dice
it's an
roll
upset kind of
did
game.
not help me out.
But Graham's taking the play in this one.
You pretty much took the dice roll away from me by playing 3 Sephiroths.
Yeah, to be fair.
So
It was a smart decision by me to EX Best that
It was
Idol.
almost like I went third.
Alright, both players have taken the mulligan, so I'd like to see it. Let's see the scramble. Well, Fire Eye's taking the play is never the position you want to be in. You never want to be staring down the 6 backups going first.
Nope, not at all.
Oh. Slow playing this out of the game. That's what I'd like to see.
Graham's deck looks really powerful actually, but Brad's deck can just put sheer number of bodies and
down.
huge guys.
But obviously, Graham's deck's got your potential with Nail.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got his Laswell as well. Has got that potential. So
Yeah, Joe, I couldn't kill Leslie. It ate me up when he played it.
yeah.
I think Mono White still struggles with like not being able to kill things.
Yeah.
Alright.
Your main removals, Zalira as well. Okay, so Graham's going to start off with Empire Sid again. It's not his optimal start, but you're not too unhappy to play it. You're not too unhappy to play that start in Fire Ice because there's not actually that many 2 CP options outside of you've got 7, I think.
Oh, well, you got like Edgar, Cyan, Interceptor.
Edgar, Scion, and Kate Sif, I think he's playing as well. Yeah. So he's got and Interceptor. So I think he's got about 7 options.
Grabbing the shadow here just means that it's probably he's looking to make that his turn too, like we saw from
Broodoo has to make a similar play of discarding 2 to make a backup. That gets
this one makes sense because it is 4 CP.
Yeah, so he's not wasting CP. He's not technically wasting any CP.
Yeah, we're going to see the shadow come down.
Okay, if he gets Interceptor here, that's really good for him. He can start putting the pressure on. But any 2 CP backup's good here.
Yeah, Saturns fine too because it's the second 6 backup and it's fire.
I think the best thing about Shadow is that you can find any backup.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to find a 2 CP backup. You can just get any backup, and then if you happen to have a 2 CP in hand you want to play anyway, you can drop that.
It's also incredible that it's just a 2 CP backup. It's not like a 2 CP fire backup or a 2 CP.
Yeah,
6.
there's no stipulation on it as well. Yeah.
It's an incredible card.
So we'll see what Graham decides to drop here. We know he's got the sign. Yeah, he decides to drop it here. So it's not too bad for Broodoo, but he is facing down a 7k right now with only 1 backup. 7 cards in hand there. Yeah, Broodoo's just going to continue to develop his backup line.
I mean, he's fine taking damage. He doesn't want to be taking damage and discarding cards, but he'll take damage all day.
Exactly, yeah. So if this next turn from Graham is something like a lock with haste, that's when he's starting to get a bit upset. Oh, Broodoo's making a big play. No, he's going to put Marsh into play. Okay. He wants to find it. I think he wants to find his 3rd backup then.
And he doesn't hit one here.
Find it. Finds a load of expensive cards.
Well, maybe he just finds
what he can take here. He's just going to take Brass. Because it might be CP inefficient for him to play it within these early turns, but it is just so powerful against Fire Ice that I think it's good enough to take. Graham has the one of Kate Sif.
I get an idea of well, Brad's not putting his hand on the table for us, but we're like, oh, there we go. Well, he's forced to take Brasker's final lay on here, and he's completely happy with it.
Yep. Graham's one of Kate Sif coming in clutch again. Brad gets kind of wrecked there because he has no solid plays for next turn.
He's got like tap 2 for the VV, I guess. I mean, he can put Vivi and Montblanc together to kill Shadow if he really wants to. You know, he can just discard a fire card from his hand.
That is an option. Has he got enough to play Chaos and Braska's Final Island? He might actually just do that. Like
BFA
Chaos...
is removed from the game. You can't get it back.
He's removed from the game, yeah, of course, yeah, from Cursive. Yeah, so he's going to go for your play, Jackie, and just
which is fine. It's okay.
Get rid of the Shadow. Yeah, this was fairly CP efficient for Brad.
Yeah, but can you kill that forward? He's got the attack. It's
annoying for him that he has to get rid of the Cloud, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, if he's getting rid of the... So we know he's got Chaos, and he's got the other two cards in his hand are unknown, but they've got to be fairly good. They're probably like another backup. Yeah. He's always got Chaos.
Graham's best draw, as is most of the case with this deck, is Lock. So let's just see if he has it. Yeah, he does. Gets to reduce Brad's hand size to 2, whilst Graham's still on 5 cards in hand. So Graham, again, working the resource advantage.
She's not sure you expecting. Oh, she's going to discard Interceptor. Oh, so he's probably got a 3 CP back.
Brad's weighing up the probability of him actually drawing a Shadow there, then I feel like there with the Interceptor discard.
Or maybe
he's not sure if he's likely enough to draw a Shadow that makes the Interceptor good.
Hold up my blank here to be like, you're not going to get the free attack with Lock. I'm going to make you like Genesis me. I'm going to make you do something.
Yeah. So
and with 7 cards
in hand, a poor turn from Brad, he only gets to develop a bomb there and can't attack. If Graham does have the Genesis or a way to freeze the Marsh, like a Lastwell or Genesis, or even a Glacier,
Glacier's so good here.
He could get punished really hard. Yeah, Glacier's really, really punishing.
But you know, he's got 7 cards in hand, so he's got a full discarding age.
He's got a lot of options. He must have.
This screams
one of them that's viable. I think this looks like a Lastwell because he's tapping his. Oh no, he's getting his sets back. Okay.
We'll get Shadow back and just play this value again.
Has he discarded a Lock? Oh no, he's just getting the Shadow back. Yeah, of course, yeah. He gets to replay the Shadow and try and look for the Interceptor. He's actually like reasonably likely to find an Interceptor if he's not found one already yet.
Actually, because he's already got cards in hand, so he's probably got another backup he can play. Like 20 cards.
And we know that the 5 bottom cards are not Interceptor.
And he mulliganed at the start of the game, so he'll also know the bottom of one.
What's interesting, if he does go for the Shadow, is if he finds Edgar, what he weighs more value on. I think Interceptor still takes precedence though.
Yeah, because Interceptor turns on the rest of them.
Because of the card on
the Oh, Kronos is so good!
Oh, Kronos is brutal. That's a really brutal find.
I mean, it puts him down to just the one fire backup. Ooh.
I'd be interested to see if Graham does have a fire backup here, if he still goes for the Kronos player.
Yeah, but Kronos is breakable, I believe. So there's a shout.
He's got Nail as well, so he can always do the Kronos later.
I like it. I like the decisions that are coming up in this.
Yeah, it's actually interesting if Graham. No, yeah. So that tells me that Graham probably doesn't have a fire backup. Cause I think playing a fire backup's still better there.
Alright, so he's responding here.
Yep. Has the Ifrit? Yeah.
Oh,
he goes for the Shadow.
Okay. Wait, this also turns off the Lock attack.
It turns off the Lock attack, yeah.
Graham.
It also means that Graham has to discard as well.
Yeah. Did he discard? I don't know.
Yeah, I believe he did. Just gonna have a quick look.
Tiltmaster Flex moves the Interceptor to the break zone. Yep, he did. So yeah, he had the Interceptor and still chose to play the Kronos.
Yeah, so he did. He went for the Kronos player. I think I would have gone for the Interceptor there. I think it was still better, but we'll see. We'll see how Graham's play backfired, but it did get an Ifrit out of Brad's hand.
Yeah, and you set him to 0 cards.
We'll see how it weighs up.
This bomb is on 1 counter now. I was talking about bomb. You know, I played against it a little bit, and it's a completely fine card.
It's just really good. Graham just has the special here. Unless Brad's playing the 1-cost Ifrit, he's just gonna have to discard that last card in hand, which is an Ifrit. So that's really brutal for Brad. He has no more remove. He's getting really low in removal.
But I guess he decided to play the Tree Chapel this time. Like he could have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He could have just killed it last time. Oh, Sabin coming down.
Sabin comes down.
Interesting that this is a card that Fire Ice is playing now.
I think it's just really good because you have so many ways to self-damage. You can get the damage 5 trigger really quickly.
And it turns on you Sephiroth, really.
Exactly, yeah.
Especially when Graham was wanting to play a slower game.
And it's a 6 character that's just another threat on top of the lock.
It becomes
Brad
a
really
9
unlucky
character.
here not to get another character down for his bomb.
Yeah, maybe he's just like drawing summons, or this deck could actually just draw like Xande and BFA, and you just can't play them.
Not have enough CP. I think Graham's actually going to go for the self-damage Sabin here, regardless of what he does, because I think he wants to start getting up to 5 damage anyway. Glaciers is really devastating.
Really wants to respond to you. Really wants to respond with Ifrit or something.
I don't think Brad's just letting it resolve. He has a Black Waltz 2 that he didn't want to play because he couldn't get any value off it.
I mean, he could have combined the Little Bomb Blast with Black Waltz last turn, killed Locke.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of surprised. He's still got the bomb plus Mont Blanc. Bomb's only 4k. Bomb's only 4k.
It's the
So
last
he could have done Black Waltz bomb, yeah. He's decided to leave it.
See if it bites him. Dadaluma coming in for the self damage. Kick to Scholar. Sabin also there's a chance to get self damage.
He can choose to do Sabin after the lock attack, right?
Yeah, you can choose one. It's not you're not have to do it in your main phase.
Belias is helpful for Brad here because he can choose to discard the worst of the 2 cards instead of if his last card in hand was a good one.
If it was like BFA, like you would probably want to keep that one. Choosing to discard
Therian. Okay, yeah, the Therian's actually good in his break zone for Xande. So, see if Graham goes for the attack with the Sabin boost or not.
He's got no reason not to, right?
I think
turns on
he
his
just do
Dadaluma
it.
to Grave next turn.
I think it turns on a lot of things, yeah. I think if he was on maybe like 4 going to 5, it's less incentivized to do it because Brad might have some haste shenanigans going on with Shadow. But yeah, he's going.
He's got no risk of putting like Brad to 5 here and then turning on Xande playing 3 forwards and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I think it's fine to put him to 4 here.
Graham damages an interceptor, which he opted out of playing anyway, so damages an interceptor from broodoo.
Oh, this dog is getting beat
Brad's
up
in a sticky spot here, really needs something powerful. A BFA would actually be very good for Brad if he drew it.
He gets another bomb. Okay,
another
so
bomb.
We could get some we could just play multiple fire forwards here, fire characters, and maybe just bomb our opponent out again.
Hopefully he's got another. Yeah, so Geomancer's a really good draw because he can now bomb away the lock, the Sabin or the Dadaluma, depending on which one he values higher. And he can use Marsh in combination with the other bomb to take care of another 4. So we'll see what Graham's got.
So Graham can just draw nail here.
Graham's not have effect, but the game's gone on for so long now. I feel like Graham's very likely to have something to move.
He's got to have one of these big swing cards here. He's going to have Sephiroth. He's going to have nail.
The players are past the halfway point of the decks, so very likely to have options to remove blockers.
But also, Graham needs to really look at finishing this game early. Now Brad's on 5 backups.
Yeah, I think as well. Like with the charging up, he wants to try and end the game before Brad can have a turn where he's removing forwards with the bombs for 0 CP and adding to the board. So I think if Graham's going to make a move, I think this is the big turn to make a move and really wrap the game up.
So he goes, so he's discarding an Edgar and a Shadow. So he's playing lots of C6. So this screams nail. This screams nail. Yeah,
sounds like one to me. Yeah,
what a player.
This should end the game, but we will see. We'll see what he hits first.
I guess you could choose to respond to the trigger now. I don't see why you would.
I don't see why you would. Yeah.
Adler nail, Edgar, Genesis.
Oh, Genesis is brutal. Genesis is brutal. He gets the CP to play it as well. This is going to be really hard for Brad to come back from now. He's not dead this turn.
Is the problem?
Yeah, he's going to use the nail ability to just remove Marsh as an option to block. So he doesn't have to use the Genesis now. He can use that turn to secure victory.
Yeah. Oh, he's got the haste
Oh.
attack. This dies to little bomb. This dies to little
Yeah,
bomb.
he
so
does.
it's
He
not
does.
too
He
bad.
does. Yeah. So Brad's still alive here.
Oh no, he's still got 3 attackers with nail granting haste. I think he still needs to get bailed out by something.
Yeah, because everything on the board can attack. Right?
Yep. This is a really weird attack. He could
He
express like Black Waltz here and kill Zidane, which is
Yeah,
really
he needs a really powerful attack.
choosing
Just
not
takes
to.
bombs away the lock. I don't mind that. Graham just attacking with the forwards that he thinks are most likely to get the bombs out of the way. I think Graham goes for the saving ability again here. Yep.
Yeah, make him 9k, just get the attack in. Exact.
Zach.
Adlum gets in.
He needs Cloud here. Cloud EX burst, I think.
I'm about to say Graham like giving him the out by not eating all 3 of his backups now, just do it. But he gets it with the nail. Well, he's got to grant it haste first. There we go.
Yeah, he did.
Set up.
Yep. Game over. Graham's
No,
deck
what was I
looks super
saying?
powerful, man.
Yeah, well, see, he had to make the play that turn, and he did, and he had the nail, and he just cleaned the game up. Exactly what we expected.
It looks very consistent as well. It looks super consistent.
Yeah, like he's made his backups every time. He makes his backups, and he
Like,
plays these big,
both
powerful
games
forwards.
from Graham so far have gone exactly the same way. He's just enacted his game plan with almost no resistance.
And that's it. Like Fire Ice, like as historically as an aggro deck, it's always had good searching for its forwards, and now you've got extra cards like Shadow. It just feels that you can play however you want. Like you can just
Yeah, exactly. Like he's got the late.
Ooh.
I thought he might struggle there against Brad, but Brad just didn't manage to get anything going early enough before
That's
Graham's discard effects came online. So
there was a turn there where when Brad's on the 5 backups. If Brad untaps and just slams a BFA, then the game starts looking really bad.
You robbed my
Yeah,
BFA.
I don't put your chaos in that interplay.
That was so annoying.
That's
I
the
think
one
that was
thing I don't want to happen.
the big swing turn, yeah, where Graham had the courtesy for the BFA. I think without that, Brad can maybe look at start getting back into the game because it's really hard for Graham to deal with that forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
That's,
You don't want
that's
to
the
don't
one.
freeze it because it kills a guy.
Other than that, how did that game go? Do you think for the
Felt right. I think him
big
taking the
turn.
BFA with Chaos was the big play. If I'd managed to get that play off,
Yeah.
I think I'd have been, it would have been a hell of a lot different. Other than that, yeah. What was it? I picked him up off the marsh, didn't I?
Not the entirety. Do you think the entirety
Yeah,
of the
you did,
game,
yeah.
Graham?
Well, what?
Do you think the entirety of the game hinged on your kit sitting away the BFA?
That and the fact that it left Brad was stranded on 3 for a while.
Yeah.
Well, I was at 5, and then when I put the Kronos into play off Shadow, and he actually discarded cards to kill in response, I think that worked out really well for me actually.
Well, I just got
Yeah,
it wasn't that bad. And maybe keeping the Shadow might have been alright, but
You went from 3 cards in hand to 0 cards in hand.
yeah.
Something that
Whereas
me and
if you
Jackie
just
found
discard one of the
interesting.
cards that you
Something that
Right.
me and Jackie found interesting, Graham, is that we were saying that you found the Kronos, and obviously that looked like a really juicy tag to put into play with Shadow. But we were saying because you had 1 fire backup, and if you found Interceptor, it was likely that you had the Interceptor because the game had gone on quite.
Yeah,
We found it
were just
interesting
gonna
that
put
you
it in.
still chose to go for the Kronos over the Interceptor.
Well, my original thought is he either empties his hand to deal with one of my guys, and then he's empty-handed. I'm on 5 backups with cards in hand, including a nail.
Yeah.
So I can pull ahead from there.
Yeah.
Or he leaves it, and I can use Kronos' ability and play Interceptor.
Yeah, which you had in.
Whatever point I need
yeah,
to.
okay, that's fair.
So it's like
Um,
I valued that over getting the additional point in with Shadow that turn.
Yeah, that's
And then
fair
if he
enough. I can
kills
see
my
that
guy,
one.
I'm happy to just discard the Interceptor and keep the Kronos in play.
Yeah, because
Here's a-
if you play the Interceptor, Brad can still just Brad can get the Ifrit off, and you don't get the point in, and you don't get the discard. So,
Yeah.
I think I said in the commentary that I think I'd have gone for the extra fire backup, but I think your line was better. I think playing the Kronos was.
It also
I think
comes
the
down
Kronos
to,
was better.
It comes down to something I was talking about in with Jackie in Brad's game. No, sorry, with Brad in U2's game, Sam
Yeah.
Jackie, where I was talking about how the Sephiroth special trades were good because Zav's cards were essentially more valuable than Jackie's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in this deck, in Fire Ice, the only card that's more valuable than anything that Brad's doing is Nail.
Yeah.
So Brad discarding multiple cards to deal with stuff of mine is really valuable for me.
Yeah, because so I get what you're saying, because Brad's card quality on average is higher than yours, so you're happy for him to use his cards because they're higher quality than you are.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
even I think even trades in this match would favour me.
Yeah, Brad, would you agree with that? Or?
No, not particularly. No, I play so much chaff to get this Zande down. Like any of those cards coming down early is trash against you. They really
Yeah,
are.
but it's not.
Yeah.
We were out of early, weren't we? We were into the mid game.
I think I observed a really interesting turn for you, Brad, where you had 3 backups, and you go tap 2, play 2 chessball, pass.
Yep.
And then Graham does stuff to you, and you reveal that you had Black Waltz in your hand. Well, I was thinking, why didn't you just snap off lock right there and then be like tap 3 for Black
It wasn't Black Waltz. It was Ifrit. It was Ifrit. I drew Kugas one Ifrit.
There was definitely a turn where you discarded a Black Waltz to a lock trigger.
Yep, that was the turn after. I drew Black Waltz and Firion. Had I been able to play both of them, I would have been able to do more damage. But he only had 1 card in his hand at that point.
Me and Jackie were thinking you could have played Black Waltz 2 and used Bomb to finish a lock off.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping the game was going to go on a bit longer than that, and I could, stall out a little bit longer and, make all my bombs 10Ks and get some real value out of it. Because I was kind of just getting ready for dealing with Sephiroths as well.
Yeah, the turn you died, we thought was the turn that if you got to untap, then you were going to take the commanding position there. Because you have all these 10k bombs loading up.
I was kind of hoping for the X-Burst Cloud. He was a couple cards down there. The X-Burst Cloud
I definitely understand the decision to try and save your bombs because you're like, right, the game's gone late, Graham's Sephiroths are online, I need something to be able to deal with a 10k here.
Yeah.
I get that decision.
I knew I should have used Nail's ability to pump him.
Free combat, I said that.
Edit, you could have got a woo!
It's the second best attack. Because I was thinking there's something that I've got to protect Nail from, and I couldn't think what it was. And yeah. X-Burst.
Me and Jackie were saying Brad only wins here if he hits the cloud.
And I was like, and Graham, give him the out. He's not ate up all of his backups first.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that I was going to flip Well, I was thinking to myself when all that damage started happening, when I killed the lock, I was thinking, man, maybe I should have left the lock, and because that damage needs to come in and kill Savin or something.
Yeah. I thought you could even get lucky of getting like a Black Waltz and killing off the Zidane because he attacked incorrectly, but at the end of the day,
what's the current scores then?
2-1 to Tiltmaster, and then 1 apiece to me and Jackie.
Graham, have you played all 3 of your games?
I've not played you yet.
No, he's 2-0.
Yeah,
so that's what we're gonna have next.
2-0. Jackie, what score are you?
1-1. I'm 1-1.
I've got 2. Brad, what score are you? 1-1.
1-1. Well, I'm just 1 as well. Yeah.
Okay. So me and Graham next, yeah.
Let's do you and Graham. Yeah. Let's have you guys serve.
Let's see if Graham can get up with a nice clean 3-0. With this Fire Ice deck is actually looking lethal.
It's nuts, isn't it? I'm scared.
It looks super powerful. Yeah.
And I was enjoying Fire Ice in Opus 10, so.
Right, are we jumping into?
Just make a room first. Let's get this room set up so I can get all that sorted.
Are you making it, Zava, or no? I'm making it.
Yeah, you make it, because mine might fail.
Let's just blast through this game. Let's go, boys.
I'm kind of happy that I'm losing because this isn't the deck I wanted to play for this Opus.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Windwater's not as powerful as it was last Opus.
Have you joined too early, Jackie? I think you have.
I have, yeah. Oh yeah. Also,
I feel like the main cards that I've lost to in these games have been Opus 11 cards as well. So.
Well, hang on, we need Zav to get. Alright,
I'm on spectate, it's fine.
Right, so, the good news is you've got a long time to set out what you want to play on Opus 11.
Yeah, I mean, I think, by the looks of things, I think Opus 12 might be out by the time anyway.
No, they said they're pushing the release back.
Yeah, they
did say they're pushing it back, but I don't know if there's going to be any. Which is a bit of a shame because this opus has been fun. Like,
Yeah, so far
been
I'm
a
like
very
that.
exciting opus.
I think it's like shaped up really well. I like to see the new decks. I like to see old decks come back with like these new fresh cards.
Yeah, definitely.
Alrighty,
Why not?
I'm ready to go.
Right.
I'm
I
ready.
cannot spectate this game.
Right.
You can't spectate this game.
It should be in the spectate list.
Yeah, but
If you
it's, I
can't
think it's
spectate, you can just Brad can stream it for you in Discord and then do it. That.
yeah, if that's alright.
Do you want me to do that? Or you can just tune into the
Yes,
stream.
please. Yeah, I'll just watch
Right,
it for the
are
stream. It's fine.
Just make
Are
sure
we
you mute
jumping
it.
into a different channel? Great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's jump
go
in
for
a
it.
lobby.
This is the Leeds dream team.
Innit, mate? This is tight shit. Right. I've totally got. Zav needs to win this one. Zav needs
Nah,
to win
mate.
this. Zav needs to win this. He's not going to, but he needs to.
Zav needs to get slapped up this game, mate. I like it when Zav gets brought down to earth.
You know what? I love it too. I love nothing more than watching Zav get his shit pushed in.
And he'll come in here afterwards and be like, well, do you know what went wrong in this game? I did not draw.
You know what? You know what? I would have won that.
Sure, but if it wasn't for the bad luck, I think I would have won that game. Yeah, alright, Zav. Alright, mate. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah. Shout out to everyone who's watching. Whether it's
Shout
on
outs
YouTube or-
in chat. We got like 20 odd viewers or something. There's a lot of man names in here. Let's see some ones in chat for GhoulFrieght playing Wind Water and twos for Fire Ice. Tiltmaster Flex. If anyone is out there, hit me with those ones and twos.
Let's see who wins.
I mean, realistically, I've got Fire Ice here. I don't think a good player, a good draw from Fire Ice, a good player, lol. A good draw from Fire Ice is going to let Wind Water do anything. I mean, that was how it was back in Opus 10-2, right?
Yeah, and like, you even look at this right now, but this Fire Ice deck is just plain. It gets to 5 backups. It's got like 5 cards in hand. You're like, what kind of deck is this? You know what I mean? I thought it was meant to be an aggro deck. It gets to play Shadow and it plays a backup for 3 for its hand. And you're like, what?
That's some pretty high roll starters here. We've got Edgar and Riku coming straight down. Ash in the break. Dole the Riku. Oh, is it Bran? Get another Ash out. What do you think?
I'll be honest with you, I can't see anything.
Oh, of course you can't. You need to get onto the stream, right?
I'm on the screen, but
And you still can't see it.
A bit behind for me.
Not good, not good. We've got a lot of twos in chat. Get wrecked.
Yeah, big old-
Get
big old
raked.
team. Get Zav. Do you know what? We don't want Zav anyway. Get him out.
We absolutely don't.
You know, I actually think I've got an outcomes now. That is.
We absolutely don't.
You know, Riku, Yuna, you want to play those cards turn 1 and turn 2?
Yep, they're pretty good.
Bran being like a pseudo 1 CP backup getting to search Ash.
So we've not seen Yuna yet. Oh, discarding the ice card for that. That's going to get a straight discard. I think. So right, what's your opinion on this? When you play standard units, I think if you're only playing a one-of standard unit of a particular card, I don't think that card is good enough to go into your deck. I think if you're going to play standard units, they have to be so good that they're 2 or 3 ofs.
I think so. That's fair. 100%. Like, you know, like when you think of cards, when I think of the most oppressive standard unit, I think of Thaumaturge, right?
Mhm.
And that was good because you wanted to play multiple. But like, if you're just playing that red mage, why are you not just going to play that Argap or something like that? Like maybe you know, not have to set yourself to have to play with.
It does have an extra line of text, and he's a little bit bigger.
True.
I
Oh
suppose.
yeah, I just can't spectate this game.
Are you still not in this chat?
No, I'm just not. Can you put it up on Discord? Is that
I can put it on Discord for you. Yeah.
Alright, boys.
Yeah.
Let's take away from the
You-
experience. I want to watch Zav get slapped
Okay.
up in real
Well,
time.
he's getting slapped. He's getting slapped because Zav's got 4 backups down versus Tiltmaster's 1. I mean, he's not getting slapped. It's the other way around entirely. This is looking like a
Zav
win
doing
war
the
game.
slapping.
Zav's currently doing the slapping. He's taking a point. Porum straight to... Oh, Porum, man. Porum is the
Nothing worse
first
than
damage.
your opponent's storming ahead, and you're like, "I'll get my cheeky damage in."
Not even going to get the discard off of that lock. The slapper becomes the slappy indeed. I'd rather play Arga for Sid Reigns. So I don't think Graham is playing the follow-up damage for Sid Reigns in these sorts of... For the most
he's
part.
not got, like Fury and stuff like that.
No, he's not playing Fury, he's not playing VV, he's not playing all the staples for the bot damage. I think when Sellers, 4CP Sellers was good, I think that was the time for her. So, Ash is coming
Well,
down.
is the red mage just a one-up? Should you not just play Sarah? You know what I mean?
Yep, I guess you may as well. Maybe he's just, maybe he's really, really specific about the amount of red cards that he wants in his deck. You know, so he thought he'd bring it up one more because it's a fire card that makes you discard, which is the only one I think.
Yeah, but it's also an ice card. It's not a fire card. It has to have the ice.
Yeah, I guess. So, Payne, gonna
Force it,
find
force
that Una. This is ridiculous. Zav's even got the archer ready to go. So,
And he has to watch it down to get the to get his Una in play, so it's feel you.
this is
Oh no,
gonna-
I guess he can just go to the fire. This is.
it's
Now,
gonna
do you know what?
provide-
We stand Graham. We believe in him.
I still believe in Graham. I've still got Graham. What's this? Hang on. Oh no. Sorry about the damage, guys, man. I get too involved in these games, tabbing through all these things. Haven't got my second monitor at the minute, and it's absolutely heartbreaking.
Little COVID budget streams, but you know what? We'll keep at him.
We love that shit.
Look forward
So-
to the days where we can all hang out again, and then we'll be able to all chill together.
I can't wait to chat shit with you boys one again. I can't.
The little
I
things you miss,
absolutely
innit?
can't
The
wait.
little things you miss.
It is the little things, absolutely.
Mate, can you stream this game?
I thought I did. I thought I set it up already. Is it not? Can you not see it?
Oh,
Click on my
yeah.
name.
Have you got it? Have you done it?
Yeah, yeah, it's in Discord. Can you not see it?
No, one sec, I got it. Nah, I got it. I'll check my phone.
Can you not get Twitch open either?
I can, it's just being slow. Of course, you know, what would it be like if it wasn't such a... No, you know it's fine. I'll just go off the Twitch on my phone. It keeps it well enough. But if you know at this point when you're staring at games like this, it looks a bit one-sided.
So, I think Savage going to be able to get 2 cards off of him here. That Glacier is going to dull Pain and discard, maybe? I think he's still thinking about it. Hang on. Oh, he's doing the
could kill
AKF for
Ash.
the Red Mage. Yeah, yeah, he's doing extra lines of text.
You know what? You never see that. You never see that one thing come up.
Chris
Is there any
from...
mono ice improvements for me? You know what, Chris? I can give a cue cards to play in mono ice.
There you
They're
go,
pretty-
there you go.
I think you should definitely be looking at playing the remnants. They seem really, really good.
We're all sick of this COVID shit, man. I really want to go back to my locals. I really want my locals, man. Miss her bad.
Do you know what, James? as
Just
well,
want
we
it
were
back.
welcome you at Leeds. Do you know what Leeds locals, mate? We get people coming from bare far away as well. Like,
We round up all the lands. So, we've got 2... I think he's just going to have to start killing stuff, right? There's going to be a big old Fiend of Valor turn here now, right?
yeah, and once
Citra.
that Fear of Valor happens, done.
What are we fetching? Is there a Valor yet? Sav's shuffled his deck. I'm pretty sure
Trust
that's
me, that
cheating.
new Black Mage is so sick. in
I'm
mono ice.
pretty sure he's cheating. So it's...
Is that cheating?
I'm pretty sure
Well,
that's
you know
cheating.
what? It wouldn't be a locals if Sav didn't cheat.
Just gotta do it with confidence.
Yeah, exactly. If you're brave enough, then people will do it. I think
Feel
mono
like
ice got a
your
lot of new
shit just
cards
want
for it.
IQ back. We got Squidgy Bob in the chat. What's good, man?
Nah, mate. What? Zav's actually got Italian heritage, so that's why you'll see that he tries to get away with it.
I'm sure there's a little bit of American in there. A little bit of yeehaw.
Well, I've also got a nice new Cleaning X Burst with Idolus. That card's in easy 2 times, including your Mono Ice deck, I think.
So I think Tiltmaster. Can you see the stream now? Yeah. Can you see all this?
Roughly. Okay,
So-
so I've just seen Citra come in.
I think this play that Graham's going for here is he's trying his best to take advantage of the cards he's been dealt. Basically, I think he's trying
Yeah.
to strip as many resources from Zav as he can. That's huge. He's going to strip as many resources as he can from Zav and just hope that he can't get the Fiend of Valor down soon enough before it
Yeah,
makes a
exactly.
difference.
You want to give it to him that, like, you know, he can't Fiend of Valor just raw off of having no cards in hand as well and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So you need to just keep taking the cards out of his hand and hope that he's never in a position where he gets them all.
Mhm.
Like, even if you can make it that he needs to go like Valor 4, Pandemonium or something, then at least
Mhm.
he's not making a big forward as well that's going to kill you.
Mhm.
You know what, Ramo, mate? You're going to have to get up on here on stream. Get your fire cards out.
Well, Ramo, if you want to play your fire cards on stream, you should just tune into our FF Fight Sesh this weekend and get involved. We'll get you on there, my dude.
Honestly, sign up, play a couple of Octagon games with the locals, mate. We've got the Discord. We all have a bit of a chat. We all have a good time.
We love that stuff.
I'm probably
So-
going to bust out a different FF7 deck.
Hell yeah, dude.
Right, Genesis goes in, just throws his pain underneath, which is good. You know, you want to be able to play the real pain.
Looks like we use a Citra discard to stop that lock from even going in as well, which is going to keep that other card in his hand and keep the damage out. So, Pain going down for free. That's exactly what Graham wanted to see right now. Free 7Ks. Hell yeah, dude.
And do you know what? You could just go 7K, wipe your board, kill up. But you have got another backup down.
Pretty much. I think Arch is going to be doing work soon. I think this might be the turn, actually. There it is. Get rid of Edgar, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, you can have a tick with the 6 backup that does nothing, or the 6 backup with an action ability. Let's get rid of the good one.
That does a thing, exactly. Yep, they get rid of the good one. So that's going to leave Zav with a new backup slot to play with. He's going to want to get a new green backup down, I think. So maybe something like Mio.
He wants Pinello. Like you. Pinello's the card you think of.
Oh no, it looks like he's going to lock himself out and play Art of Mission instead. I guess he's just going to try and stabilize this game as quickly as he can, find that board wipe. I suppose the backups that you're playing at this point aren't really going to matter because Tiltmaster's going to really struggle to get back into this game.
So the software that's being used, we use it's called Octagon. You just search OCTGN and then get the FFTCG image packs. It's really easy to come by. It's really friendly. You can download decks straight from FFDecks.
That's
Get
the one.
involved.
Yeah, absolutely. We host casual open tournaments every Friday at 6 o'clock, half six, on the same channel, and I will be putting out brackets and sign-up pages and things like that throughout the week, which you can register with. If you'd like me to DM you on, I can do that.
I say when it's done. When we're done with this, I'm going to put a post in fans as well, see if we can get some more people involved. Yeah, man. Honestly, it'd be good to see you, man. Get
Nice
some
one,
games.
Chris. So
I'm
there it is.
build another deck.
There it is, the Fina, and just like that, I think it might.
All
go
your guys
there.
are dead. I've got guys in play. Go.
And I've got more backups than you. This so Graham is now starting on turn 2.
We're going to go all the way back.
Graham now on turn 2.
Zav's, Graham's starting game 3. Zav's still in game 1. It hasn't taken any damage in it yet. But this shows you that Windwater can still do the things it's been doing for the past like 5 opuses. And it's still that good.
So, I guess Starlian coming down. I'm going to try and fix this hand a little bit.
At this point, you're gonna grab a card like Shadow, so you can get another backup down and also make a guy. Like you need to. But then Shadow's really bad against Windwater because it's on 5 backups.
Okay, interesting. So this turn, if he swings with all 3, he's going to be putting our hero Tiltmaster Flex onto 4 damage. Do you think it'd be a good idea to not swing into? Oh, he already had the Shadow. And there's the Sephiroth. At this point, I don't think Sephiroth's big enough, man. I don't think it does enough.
You've got to be worrying about cards now. So whenever Windwater gets to 5 backups like this, they don't have any of their key backups. I'm worrying about cards like Tidus. You know, like even Diablos is enough to like put this Sephiroth down. But you know what? He can't ask for a better card to play here than Sephiroth, right?
I suppose it's 4 CP, kill any dude you want. But I don't think. Aha! I just got his own card. That feels kind of bad. Yeah, it just looks like he's gonna scoop it. So that was an unfortunate game. It kind of happened a little bit too quick, but Zav is going to take that one 7-2.
And do you know what? Obviously, everyone saw that Zav was having a bit of a hard time, and they went, "Do you know what, mate? Well, don't worry.
We understand.
We're going to give you a free one."
These happen sometimes. And when you're playing a deck like Fire Ice, something that can swing around so monumentally, just like that, I think it's definitely something that can happen. So that's going to put Zav onto his first win.
Going to put Zav onto his only win today.
His only win. The only win he's going to
get. Make sure he stays down. It's going to be like me. It's going to be me and Zav are going to be the only ones that only win, but it's not going to matter because I beat Zav.
Get in my head invite.
Welcome back, boys.
What was that? What was that?
So that was a really rare occasion in FFTG where someone just doesn't get to play.
Sometimes that just happens.
That's just card game. That's every card game though. That's not specific to FF. That is every card game.
No, the fact that he had to get halfway through his deck to be able to cast a Fina Balafar is.
Well, that's what what Brad observed. Like, you know, you were just playing that. If he ever casts Fina Balafar, you definitely just lose. So just try and stop him from doing it.
It was like, hopefully, I can get far enough ahead that I'm in the game long enough to be able to start renowering Sephiroth.
Yeah.
Right, we were talking in game, and Graham was like, "Do you have it?" And I was like, "Nope." And then next time he was like, "Do you have it?" And I was like, "No."
Bill ain't got it. If I had it, you'd know.
And he played the pin. I'm like, right, you've got it now. He's like, nope. And then he Artemis. I'm like, right, well, you've definitely
Yeah,
got
it took
He had
me Artemisian away my hand to draw the Fiend of Elfort. Yeah, it was so silly. But yeah.
I mean,
That
you
was
finally
very
found the
unfortunate.
other half of
Yeah.
your deck, so it's about time it turned up, right?
Yeah, it was just. I think Graham's deck actually is favoured in that matchup. Like, he's got a lot of tools to stop me getting to where I want to be. Sephiroth, being able to break any character is really useful against breaking Yuna and just breaking Fina, which is like the only big forward that deck really plays.
Does your
I can break your Stoll as an Aerith.
Yeah, exactly. But it was just really unfortunate for Graham that he didn't draw any back.
Yeah, Rosh has never been so important as it has been right now in for Windwater, I think.
Yeah, what were you saying, Brad?
no, it's good. Don't worry, I answered it already. So yeah, it seems pretty decisive, that game, but that's just card games sometimes, right?
Yeah,
It's just the
exactly.
way.
You take your bad ones with your good ones.
True.
And even then, like, you know, as you can see, there was easily a chance in that game where randomly, like, you know, Zav could have just maybe whiffed Fiend of Valor for one extra turn, and Fire Ice would have pushed through and killed it.
Yeah, if those damages
exactly,
had been the Fiend of Valor too.
As well, the turn that Athena Veilford, Graham wasn't on enough damage to die, and that was the turn I just top decked Zidane as well after the Fiend of Veilford to take away the Sephiroth.
Yeah.
So it was really, really brutal set of draws for Graham on both ends.
Yeah.
But enough of rubbing it in Graham's face about how he drew badly.
Yo, the thing is, right, I'm tour, so I drew badly in the game that don't matter, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you already won the best of 3. So.
Graham gets to play on.
Indeed.
Right. We
So-
have should have the last game now, which is Jackie versus Brad.
Yeah, let's do it.
Fire versus Ice. So I've got the element mismatch. Unfortunately, I'm almost forward
You
to
are gonna
taking
get
double damage.
melted, bruv. I've made the room.
No, you need to chill out.
I think on paper Brad does probably have a slight advantage, but we'll see how
It's not slight. It's not slight.
Don't say that, man. Now I can't. Now you say that and I lose. Everyone's gonna laugh at me, man. Don't do that.
I mean, I'm setting up the storyline, man.
Don't
I've
you
got to set
dare.
the storyline up.
You gotta put the-
Jackie, if you
oh,
just
wait.
draw like you did against me, it's Sephiroth, you're probably gonna win.
Oh, okay, I've got it.
Yeah, I hit first damage Idols to pick up the third Sephiroth, and you've been.
Yeah, man. Easy.
I'll just skillfully do it. It's just talent. It's just raw talent. But he expressed it elsewhere when it matters. That's why he's in the deck.
That is why it's there.
That's exactly why it's there. Little cute face. Alright, well, let's see if the dice roll decides this one.
Right on. Right on.
That's
right
my
on,
third one today. Get in.
Right. If you go-
Ah!
Oh!
We got a match! Is that what
wait,
you
I've
play at
got-
the same
I've got
time?
it out of here.
Oh no! Come on. No.
Someone entered Jackie's game.
No.
I'm out.
Right. I'm gonna get this all switched up and configured and stuff. If you
the
want.
game's set up.
Alright.
If you want to jump in.
I can't. I gotta stay here.
I said Zav, not you.
Is Zav still here?
He's not spectating yet, is I don't think.
I'm looking for the game. I can't wait to watch this
Sorry about
dismantle
We're online now. We're good
of
to go.
Fizzikal.
Mute myself.
Alright, here we go.
See what these starting hands are like. I think unless Jackie gets a really good discard start, broodoo should be able to run away with this.
It should.
Jackie's registered a
Essentially.
deck with not 50 cards in.
Oh no, it's because when Brad loaded his deck, Jackie had already taken his hand.
Yeah.
So it saw a deck with 45 cards in and ignored the
Ah,
other 5.
okay, yes.
But yeah,
Wins the dice roll, which is good.
the problem Jackie has with this game is that Brad can literally go discard 4 cards, play BFA, and still probably win.
Yeah, I agree.
Although
But
that
we can see how it goes.
That Jill Nabart's very handy here.
Yeah, Jill Nabart turns off VV, Ace, and Black Ops 2, I think.
Mont
Which
Blanc
are
as
all-
well. And Geomancer.
Yeah.
All pretty key cards for Brad actually in terms
Yeah.
of chaining removal together. So
Yeah, it gets rid of a lot of the incidental removal, which can make it harder for Brad to out Jackie's players.
Jackie deciding to develop his backups and get a resource advantage early, which I think I respect that.
Yeah, like
I don't think Jackie has a lot of early forwards that he are good to play anyway.
I don't think he's going to win a game where he starts going discard 2 for Kadaj, discard 1 for Yuzu.
Yeah, no, probably not. Not with the cheap removal in Brad's deck. Interestingly, broodoo whiffs there on the shadow. He finds a backup, but he doesn't find one that he can put in play. Which tells me that Brad either went for the shadow high roll or he just doesn't have a good option to play.
Alright, and Jackie following up with a Gentiana play.
broodoo really doesn't want to trade his shadow here. He finds the that's really good for Brad. He gets to get the point of damage in now.
We've got the first player to the backup buffer. They're actually really important in this matchup.
Nice.
Because,
He got the Genesis out of the way as well in the damage zone. If Jackie does have a Zalira here for the shadow, get a turn here. No, it just goes for the Edward. Yeah, Edward's nice.
Yeah, Edward's nice.
So see Jackie continuing on the plan of just trying to.
So he chooses to make the attack as opposed to holding.
Yeah, I think it's because he knows
more defensively.
He knows that Brad doesn't. He knows he's not going to block with the Gentiana, so he might as well.
Well, see, you can use Gentiana's action.
Yeah, use it to dull the shadow. Yeah.
But I don't know how he wants to play the game in terms of their tempo. So
I think because he's got the backup and the resource advantage at the moment, he's thinking he might be able to just flood the board with forwards next turn and make a board that Brad can't deal with effectively. Brad's backup draw's not been great. Having to play a VV here for no value because of the Jill Nabat on Jackie's side.
Yeah.
See what Jackie has now. This is quite a big turn for Jackie. 4 backups in play, so he has a lot of CP to work with.
A Sephiroth and a Sephiroth special here would be really, really powerful.
Yeah, that'd be super good. Attacks first. Brad EX bursting some CP there, which is really nice.
CP can double his removal if need be.
Yep.
Or the Edwards.
The Edward is up,
something to say about that. I saw you would actually be really powerful here with the Edward.
Yeah, saw you would be a good draw. Vayne, okay.
Right, so
the shadows
Jackie telling Brad, I have an Edward, what are you going to do about it?
Yep.
Is what he's doing.
It's also why we see Brad not just go for the Ifrit end of turn there, even though. Because if it gets Edwards, he's discarded an extra CP.
Mm-hmm.
See if broodoo goes for. This might be a BFA off broodoo.
A BFA turn here is.
It could be lights out. Gentiana does stop the targeting mode if he attacks with it. He will get the attack trigger, but he won't get the target mode. If Jackie has a way to target it afterwards.
The problem with this Braska's final iron though is it just completely and utterly outs the Vayne.
Yeah, it completely dominates the board right now. I don't actually know what's in Jackie's deck to deal with the BFA.
A Renoa here would actually be very good.
Renoa, okay, yeah.
Because Renoa is Vayne.
Is he playing Renoa? I didn't see it. I didn't see it off him.
I've not seen any yet. Cloud of Darkness would also be powerful.
Cloud of Darkness does deal with the shadow and adds to the board, which is decent. But I think you're right. I think Renoa is the best line that Jackie has if he's playing it. I don't think he is though. So Yeah, so Jackie just goes for the flood. He's just like, I can't deal with the BFA right now. I'm going to take a turn off and just try and make some forwards and see what options I have available next turn. The Garland is a bit annoying for Brad because he has to dull a backup.
Yeah, there we go.
So he has to dull a backup. So Brad only has 2. Yeah, it's
just
just
attack with the BFA and kill Vayne though.
kill the
So
Vayne.
Jackie
Exactly.
needs to really.
Oh, that's brutal. Because he dulled the Edward. Yeah.
Yeah.
To make forwards. I just don't see how Jackie comes back from this BFA now without Gentiana.
Especially
now,
with BFA attacking and killing the Vayne. That's the main issue.
Gadaluma takes a damage. It's a Xander. See what else Brad has. If Brad has another Ifrit, oh my days.
Well, the game
That's
ended.
it. Yeah, the game's over now. Brad just managed to kill 3 forwards for the price of like what 7 CP. That's worth.
Yeah. Although this Terra's gonna find a Zalira, it's gonna out the BFA. So he can still come back into it.
Yeah, it's possible now.
But
Jackie did lose a lot of resources there, but he at least gets to deal with BFA.
The thing is, Jackie's come out with a ton of cards in hand, whereas Brad's essentially
Brad's on 2, yeah, and he's still only on 3 backups. But I don't know how Jackie deals with the Dadaluma as well, because it can't become dull. Yeah, so he gets all the cards out of his hand, but the Dadaluma just outs a lot of what Jackie's doing on top of the BFA.
Soyu's really Soyu. If you can find a Soyu, he's in a very good spot.
Yeah. I'm surprised Jackie takes the damage there off the Dadaluma. I think he might be worth trading for him because he finding another BFA for Brad, it really hurts. Jackie needs to find his Sephiroth special. Yeah, how's it? Okay,
he had it when he didn't take the trade is the thing.
Yeah.
Get the double discard, attack, dull and freeze the shadow.
Perhaps a bit of foresight there from Jackie to notice that he might need to use the Sephiroth special next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Despite having the Dadaluma to deal with. 0 cards in hand, dulls the
Now
shadow.
he offers the trade.
Now he offers the trade. I wouldn't take this if I was Brad. Yeah,
Brad's
and he
not
doesn't.
going to take it.
The Dadaluma is a real threat for him.
See what he can develop now.
Gentiana would be nice here. Oh, there's the Soyu you were talking about. Okay, so
Brad has to do something this turn or this game's over.
Yeah. If Fizzikal can get to the next turn with 3 ice cards in hand, the Soyu can take over. He can, if the Dadaluma can still make an attack here, I think. Oh, he chooses not to. I think the Dadaluma can still make an attack there because he had the. Oh no, the Geomancer does nothing because of the Jonabat.
Yeah.
Has another special.
So we are seeing the power of Sephiroth.
Yeah. Still a good card after 4 opuses now, is it?
Yeah.
Opus 7, so gets to freeze the shadow again. I think if Brad's going to get out of this, he needs to find maybe like another shadow special. Chooses to block with the Dadaluma there.
He's got the class 11 removal to make it a 10k.
Yeah.
Saw you attack. Reveals a Kidage.
Nice, that finishes off the Sephiroth.
That does kill the Sephiroth.
Wow.
But I don't
really.
I don't feel like that's particularly important at this point.
He can get out of this. Brad can get out of this now. He does need a very specific set of draws, but it's possible because he's only on 5, and the Yazoo there from Jackie isn't big, so he can block it.
He can play Kidage into thingy next
Finds a
turn.
bomb. It's not looking good. So This means that the draw from Broodoo needs to have been another Shadow special, I think, to be able to have a chance.
Yeah, but there's if Jackie has
Well,
his Illyria,
Jackie,
then he's
Jackie,
finished.
Jackie could probably just kill the Shadow with Saw usability before the damage.
Yeah, got Shadow.
Is he gonna get punished? Does he have it? He has
Yes,
it. He
but-
has it.
So
got punished.
now the question is, does Jackie?
He doesn't get punished because of the class
does-
11
he's got
Moogle.
the class 11th
Yeah.
Moogle to make it 11k.
Doesn't that mean Brad misplayed there? He should have played the bomb out. He has a bomb in hand, right?
Yeah, but he's only got one card in hand.
Oh, of course, yeah. So he wouldn't have enough CP
He
to
wouldn't
play
have
the
the
Shadow.
CP to use the special and play the bomb.
Yeah, that's game over. Brad gets dismantled.
Sephiroth
Braddy
took over the game in the mid game.
Yeah.
Because he needs to kill the vein.
He's left. He's left.
Hello, any?
Oh no.
There we go. Everyone's back.
Oh,
He
here
needs
we
to-
go.
Ah,
How did that game feel to you?
that felt absolutely horrible.
Good.
Nah,
Good. I had
It was
another Sephiroth
looking-
in my hand. I had a
It was
Zalira in my
looking
hand.
so good for you.
when I got that swing, it did, but after that, it was all donezo.
Yeah. The Terra EX burst turning point.
Oh, the turning point was the Shadow Whiff.
Well, yeah.
That was
Well, no.
Mate, you keep taking all those bloody numbers off. I keep forgetting the power.
Actually, oh well, my bad. I have to take the numbers off, otherwise I can't see. My fault.
Can't see
Can't
what?
see the cards.
I
Eh?
can't see the cards. So basically, I've got like a big red plaque over my card that just says 8,000. I don't know what they are. I don't know what your cards are either when you've got LeBron in play.
What? Really?
Yeah, I've got to just remember what you attack with.
It's got a hover.
I assume it's a setting I've got in because when I hover over the card, I just get the template of the red card.
So you can see it when you hover over it.
Nope, I've got to hover over the name of it in the text box for it to remember what it does.
What the fuck? Oh, right, my bad.
That's good.
That's pretty whack, that. Right, so we've got a clear top two. We're gonna have a playoff. We
I
thinking
mean,
playoff?
Graham already beat me, but
I mean, I'm down to play. I'm always down to play games. I mean, I'm not, but I'm down to play games right now. So if Jackie wants to play it out, I'll play it out.
I think we should
let's see if I
do.
can find a way where my using the options or something.
Right,
like
Jackie,
that.
if you've got a second deck, I'll run a second deck into your second deck.
No, I wanna see the run back.
Yeah, I want to see the run back. I want to see the run
I want
back.
to see some salty run back.
I want to see the run back. No
Should we
deck
just have a
switch.
run back then, Graham? Let's go. Should we stay in this room and we'll just have a run back?
I want to see because Fire Ice so
we
far
got
has
to.
looked by, like
Nathan's
I think
Anyway.
I think this one's been interesting, an interesting episode just because we've all taken decks. Well, three of us have taken decks that are like basically upgraded versions of decks that were good in Opus 10 and 9. And Jackie's come out with a deck that he's created on his own that's actually ended up doing quite well.
Well, I've got a shout out to my boy Yusufa James because he's like, he was working with the same idea with Remnants as an FF7 fanboy
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah.
We're
It looks
bouncing
good.
the ideas off
It
of
looks
it.
like the engine's definitely there, so we'll
Reckon
see
he's a
if
bit
he
more
can do it.
discount.
But Graham's, I think the consensus is that Graham's deck has looked the most powerful
Yeah.
so
Oh, yeah.
far. So we'll see if your deck can take it in the
I don't
final.
know, man. BFA is kind of powerful, you know.
That EX Burst Terror was. Did you already have a Celera in your hand?
I had a Zalira, yeah, I had a Zalira.
Oh,
Anyway, yeah.
right.
I'm just gonna quickly run to the toilet and then.
Because I was thinking, I was like, Gentiana's really good against Brasper's Final Aeon, and I was like, well, no, it never is because the first attack you just kill her anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't feel like you needed to play Dadaluma and Shadow Special that turn, Brad. Just killing the vein was enough. And
What
then
with the-
killing the vein and I think it's killing the vein with the attack was enough at that point.
You think so?
Yeah.
He kind of wants to kill Gentiana though, because then I can just
Well-
kill BFA for
Well,
free.
you killed Gentiana, and then you
Yeah.
killed Vayne, and then you shadow special.
So I had to kill the Gentiana because Shadow
Yeah.
didn't have his text on him.
Yeah, so
He
I think
didn't have that. So I needed to kill Gentiana. Had to die.
Yep.
So I could have Ifrited the Gentiana, and then Shadow flared, or sorry, even Braskid.
And then just and then kept the shadow special.
Yeah.
Because then, if he starts to get back into it, it's a lot easier for you to turn it around with multiple shadow specials.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what the other forward was, but it wasn't threatening at all.
Felt threatening. Right. I'm gonna say let's take 5 and just like get some drinks and shit,
Right.
and then come
I'm
back.
gonna see if I can find anything in the settings about this, but I genuinely have no idea. So.
All right. Cool. Alrighty. I think we're good. I think we're ready to go for our final.
Am I gonna roll another one today? Ooh, an
So-
average 3.
We've
For our
got-
final, we're gonna have Fizzikal versus Tiltmaster, Mono Ice versus Fire Ice.
Right, out on the dice roll, so that's the final over.
So it looks like Fire Ice is gonna win.
Let's do it. Yeah.
All right, I'm
So
gonna kick you
wrap
guys out. Good luck, guys.
Thanks.
So, here we go.
The
Sorry,
final.
Zuxmux. There's only so much music to go around these days, I'm afraid.
Graham wins the dice roll.
Fire
Let's
Ice is one.
see
It's that simple.
if it's as important. Well, I don't want to be I don't want to be too decisive just yet, but it is. It's not looking good for Jackie
Mm-mm.
off the bat,
Oof.
but we'll see. If Jackie manages to get the Sephiroth chains off like he did against me and you, there might be a chance.
Yeah. So,
See what
grand
Graham's
final of
first
this
is.
week's Arena of Light. Ones for wait, which round is it? Ones for Fizzikal, twos for Tiltmaster Flex. Who's got Mono Ice? Let me see them ones. And if you got Fire Ice, see them twos. Straight off the bat.
Graham doesn't. Graham
Go-
doesn't have the turn 1 6 character, so turn 2 lock's going to be quite hard for him to pull off right now, which Jackie will be happy for.
Though it does look like he's going to be getting a turn 2 backup. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Already
kinda,
better
yeah.
than some other games.
So I imagine this is going to find the lock now, and he can set up the lock turn 3 and start working the resource advantage that he did. Oh, he finds the Dadaluma instead. He might already have a lock in hand then.
I think that's just the red CP. There it is. For the ace,
fine,
already
yeah.
on 3. That's a big ramp.
It is. Still got 3 cards in hand as well. Jackie doesn't have the Edward, it looks like. Oh no. No backup from Jackie by the looks of things. Has to play the Kadaj out.
Kadaj is
Is he
coming
going to play
down.
the Loz as well? I think he's going to play the Loz here because he gets to freeze a backup. Yeah.
It does take a lot of
Take two
resources
back-
off him.
Yeah. So Jackie's developed 2 forwards and effectively put Graham on 1 backup for the next turn. See what Graham's got to answer with.
Lot coming down.
But
Get that discard.
lock with no discard. Yeah.
Is it not? Oh, of course not. 2 characters. That's a turning point.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Graham.
So
Jackie will need to get some backups down though to be able to work the advantage.
he's in a really
of
good place
having
to
the
stall.
Forwards. Yeah.
With
He needs to get some backups in play this turn because Graham will have access to all 3 of his backups next turn.
Mhm.
He doesn't have any more remnants to play. Scars come me.
Genesis.
Genesis.
So
Freezes
the
them off.
aggressor has become aggressed. First damage.
Oh, Sabin would have been a really nice draw as well.
Yeah.
Takes the Dadaluma. See if Jackie.
Oh no. There's your
Interesting
backup.
that Jackie chose not to play the Duke Lag pre-combat.
Hmm.
Right, we'll see what Graham can do with 3 backups, 5 cards in hand. So he's got a lot of CP at his disposal.
Favoured the Duke Large over the Kate Safe too. I think I agree with
Yeah.
that.
As a last well, that's a really good draw. Gets to freeze Genesis.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Genesis is the one that's swinging in for actual value.
Okay, so Jackie's now out of resources. Graham has the resource advantage back, and Jackie can push him to 4 here, but that does open up Sephiroth.
Still on 3 backups. It's going to be costing him 2 from hand, taking him back down to 3. It's not quite ready for it yet. I think I would push the advantage while I still could.
Has the 3rd backup.
And
okay.
now my Iceman's grows stronger.
So this is a big turn because if the game I think the game ends here if Graham has Sephiroth, because he has Lastwell and Sephiroth.
Yep. Who's the one to take? Loz or Genesis?
You
There
get
it
rid
is.
of the Kadaj, right? And
Kadaj?
just keep the Genesis dull. You get rid of the Kadaj, right? That's what I'd get rid of.
Hmm.
It stops any freezing shenanigans from getting Yazoo. Yeah, so Graham agrees with me, and then he's gonna the lock's gonna take the last card out of Fizzikal's hand,
Vayne,
which
not
was
good.
Bane, which was not that good anyway. And then yeah, he gets to use Lastwell to freeze the Genesis. So the board swings back here because Jackie couldn't find his second and third backup in time, which meant he's had to wastingly use resources to apply pressure to the board instead. And now he can't get over this 10k Sephiroth without any dull or freeze things. He can't play Genesis because one's already in play, so he needs a Glacier, maybe.
Gentiana.
Unfortunately, that's not really good enough because he still gets the Lastwell trigger.
That's right. But we won't get the lock trigger anymore.
He won't get the lock trigger anymore, but with Fizzikal only on one card in hand anyway, it's not as important.
Mhm.
If Graham has a nail here, the game might be over.
The power of getting your backups down early.
Yeah. This game's been a really good game to watch for understanding the importance of just having access to more CP than your opponent.
Mhm. The initial aggression was enjoyable to watch, but you can see how quickly these things
Turn
around.
if you run out. Yeah, if you run out of CP. Graham just having a think here. What's the best way to navigate the turn?
My thoughts here would be to remove Lods with Yatla as well, because that's the one that's trading and giving you real value, or giving physical real value.
Yeah, because he has to discard a card, right?
Mhm.
The Dadaluma here pushes Tiltmaster Flex to 5 damage, and then if you could put Fizzikal to 5, it opens up Sephiroth special. So I think, yeah, Graham's going to go for that play. He is in a little bit of danger here.
Make another voice. Scholar.
He's going to get that squall. Oh, that is brutal. That is brutal. He gets to get rid of Gentiana and dull and freeze Loz. Wow.
Oh no.
Which means the lock can now still discard, and if Tiltmaster, it doesn't get to dull and freeze off the Lastwell, but it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
Fizzikal has to move the last backup in his hand into the break zone. Attack. I think we see the Sephiroth attack come in here. Yeah.
There it is.
Fizzikal literally has just Genesis.
A mere Genesis. And a Dadaluma that cannot be dulled.
It can get it up to 9k with the Class 11th Moogle, but we won't see him attack with it for sure. Fizzikal really needs to add a Yazoo to the board this turn, I believe. I think that's the card that he's probably looking for the most. But I can't see anything that could get, with the amount of cards he's got in hand, that could get rid of the last roll trigger.
Yes, you
so
could dodge.
Yeah, so he can freeze the last well. Okay, this works.
Yep.
So he freezes the last well, and his Kadaj is in 9k.
I think the
Fine
damage on
freeze.
board is still just too much, though. Sephiroth and Dadaluma
Well-
swinging. Oh, I suppose he still has a card to buff, right?
If Graham top decks Sephiroth special here, it's over.
I think it's over anyway. You can just party in Lock and Squall, then Sephiroth,
Well, he's
and then
on
Dadaluma for
5
game.
damage, right?
Oh, of course he is, yeah.
That is devastating.
Oh, it's that one, of course it is. And he's dead, just like that, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. That was
He
a
just
4-minute
takes
game.
it, he knows he's dead. Very quick games from Graham again, displaying the power of the deck, and it's so consistent as well.
Doing a lot of work.
I was saying to Jackie in our commentary that Graham's basically done the exact same plan and managed to pull off the same plan in all of his games without much resistance. Yeah, definitely looks like a powerful deck for Uppers 11.
Seems that way. So that's going to put Tiltmaster on his 3rd win for the evening.
Yep, and he takes the title for this week. Or a 4th win. 3rd win, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I beat him.
I think I'll take your hand.
What's good?
How is it going,
Jackie.
guys?
That was
Fire
clean.
Ice is good.
Is Fire Ice a good deck?
I think it's a really good deck, yeah. I think it was a really good deck before.
Is Mono Ice Remnants a good deck?
I don't know. There's potential, I just don't think it can finish.
I don't think it wants to be Mono Ice.
I mean, it could be... I mean, all the remnants are nice. I think it could be a Dark Sephiroth deck.
I was thinking you could maybe add Earth, because you get access to some 7 cards in Earth, and you gain access to like the
Mighty Guard's been
Cloud.
playing 2 CP Cloud and like podding.
Yeah,
podding
the
and
Cloud
stuff away.
Birthing Pod. You get access to Jesse Backup
Yeah.
as well.
I feel like it might be worth also looking into Lightning.
We're just playing like an aggressive deck.
Ice Lightning.
Yeah, like really aggressive. Yeah, because you've got like the Turks and stuff as
Yeah,
well.
because you have the cheap guys, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know.
that you can freeze blockers and stuff. And Ulu is still a terror. So
It's
yeah,
actually-
I mean, it's been good. It's been good to see. I think there's definitely ways you can improve that deck. But it's
but
been.
it's
I'm glad you brought it.
it's very good in
Definitely
its
glad
own
you
right.
brought it.
I say it was
Graham,
going to be excellent. I reckon next time
How
I'm
does it
doing
feel to win
summoners.
How does it feel to win your first Arena of Light, Graham?
In all honesty, right? Apart from that one play with the apart from that one play against Jackie there, where I put myself to 5 to get back my squall using alt cards in my hand, that it's kind of
plays itself.
it's like I'm playing ice. I'm playing Fire Ice. It's almost expected. The deck's
Yeah.
just that powerful.
I think
Yeah,
I
it's
think
fun, isn't
in every game that you've played, we've all commented on how consistent and powerful your deck has been compared.
It just felt in the games that I've played today. It's felt like a level up.
Broodoo, have you got any thoughts to add?
I think Fire Ice is in a fantastic place right now. I think that the additions that we've had from this set, things like Interceptor, Dadaluma, not to mention Sephiroth and Shadow, just allowing it to have that early set of turns that is just a little bit more consistent than it used to. We saw you brick once today. In 4 games, we saw you brick once, which is pretty good going.
Which is
So good.
amazingly consistent, yeah.
It was like the thing is against other decks, that would have been fine as well as this thing.
Yeah,
it's the fact
because
that I was against
against other decks, you don't have the threat of me just having a repeatable board wipe.
I don't have to be like, right, I need to try and win the game before Vein of Alpha happens. I can just be like, right, here's a good forward, here's a good forward, here's a good forward, here's a good forward, here's
Yeah.
Sephiroth.
I think as well the fact that they've given the Final Fantasy VI deck the self-damage tools means that it just gets to play Sephiroth almost for free.
The thing is, you don't have to play Sephiroth in the deck either. You can
No, you don't.
play-
I think
you can play a more aggressive build that like. It's ridiculous to turn around and start talking about more aggressive and less aggressive versions of Fire Ice, but you can play a more aggressive build that plays in more Kadaj and plays more Zidane and plays more 3
Yeah.
three
And
drops
plays the Dark Kadaj to dull blockers in
Yeah.
Exile the Breakdown. But
and then you can play it with
I
3
think
drops less as well and just be
it
like,
was something that Jackie said in our commentary of one of your games, that the deck with how you've built it right now with the Sephiroth in, it just makes it so that you can play any style you want. Like, you have the aggressive angle, you have the late game angle,
Yeah.
you have the angles for every part of the game, which makes it such a flexible deck.
I've built it like this because I feel like Kadaj kind of over ensures your early game aggressive package, and the adding Sephiroth means you're not reliant on drawing nails to
Yeah,
win longer games.
Because you've got another big boss man that you can just play down.
yeah, and as well, Sephiroth just, to be honest, Sephiroth is a card that can win you games that you wouldn't otherwise be able to win because it can destroy characters, not just forwards.
Even when your opponents, even if you're just making stuff in the mid game, you can start sniping backups. And so many decks have like one or two important backups they want to play.
With
Like,
Six,
I think
it's not destroyed anything other than forwards all day.
it hasn't, but
It could have done in situations, but
there were definitely situations where you to destroy backups. Like if I didn't have the Zidane in our game and you were able to play it, you would have been able to snipe away unis and stuff like that.
yeah, make it harder for you to cast.
We had some games before we started the stream as well where Sephiroth getting rid of Una was very useful.
Yeah. The
I mean,
deck
Waterwind still can't struggle when it loses Una, and you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A lot more decks have ways to either out Una or deal with the more oppressive forwards that Windwater puts into play. Stuff
Brad,
like...
how do you? Sorry, Graham.
No, carry on. Carry on.
I was just gonna say, Brad, being a mono fire connoisseur,
Tips Fedora.
How do you think you'd adapt your build of mono fire to be able to deal with
Fire Ice.
fire ice?
Oh, just draw better, mate.
I just draw my backups, you know what I mean? I would
Draw a bit better. Draw stuff in the right order, you know?
Yeah, you think,
I mean, it
you
does
think
always
he's joking, but you're not. He's not. If he draws
not
better,
wrong.
that game's gets a lot harder.
To be honest, I
well
don't think
really
that
good.
my Zande build is particularly wired for Zande hard. I think you could probably go a little bit harder on Zande. It might be a little bit better to go on it a little bit later. Maybe if I really wanted to like stop Ice from having any chance, I could like maybe get a Naji or two in there over a Zac, because Zac never really wants to come down until a little bit later on when you can start taking advantage of that 5k. He's really good other than that, but you just can't really afford to play a forward that doesn't attack in the 1 CP slot. I think perhaps the next thing to look at is Zande in a fire water list, but I'm still in the belief that mono fire kind of lives either in the mill strategy, or as I saw last night against Sasha Stark, he was playing mono fire with what's her name, Ritz, and the new Marsh in there. Yeah.
The old max, isn't it?
And of course he was
that
playing.
powerful?
It was very powerful. He's playing Lilty as well to fish out the only wind Ritz cards in his deck, so that he could get them a little bit more consistently as well.
that's
Mod
cool,
Blank
that's
and
really
Lilty means that he can search out both parts of that. So
I
maybe.
do think that there's that cycle, isn't there, that you go through the deck and get the only, like you get the water card, or
Yeah.
it gets one of two elements. So it really has opened up, because people were starting to do decks where it was mono decks and then it was a very light splash of
Yeah.
another element. And I
Yeah,
think
like
the addition
mono
of those
fire
backups is
splash
so
as well.
good, because it means you can now play your mono deck and have access to like a super powerful tool from another element.
Yeah. So
Every element, it's well nice.
I'm
I
excited
like,
for
I
it.
like what you can play here.
But yeah, I think Ice is definitely a bit of a sleeper hit. I didn't realise it was going to be as powerful as it was. Kind of underestimated that a
I was
bit.
definitely surprised.
I
think
think.
Definitely surprised with the power level of remnants.
What do you think about Windwater then, Zav? What do you think is the future for Windwater? Do you think this is done now, or do you reckon the build needs a rehaul, or?
I think there is the problem with the build is it's so tight at the moment, because a lot of the forwards that you play are locked in.
Right.
You have to play you have to play 3 Zidane, you have to play 3 Y'shtola, you have to play 3 Ash. You have to play 3 Pain and 1 Searcher Pain. You have to play 3 Fina. So I think there's so many forwards that are locked in. There's all the summons are pretty much locked in. Like you have to play the Diablosses and the Veil Fours. The
Yeah.
backups are almost locked in as well, because again, you have to have the two searcher backups for the pain, so you don't get screwed over. You have to play the Unis and the Rikus. So it's a hard deck to make room for new exciting cards. Pandemonium slots in because there was some flex slots in the summons, and Pandemonium just helps the consistency of what you were already doing. So that does just slot in.
Maybe
I think the deck will still definitely be a contender.
Maybe YRP wants to be looking elsewhere for a different style of strategy. Because I think
there is that option as well. Yeah.
I think that the YRP build that we've currently got is very much transfixed around a meta where YRP is known to be consistent. So you're playing a lot of cards, like you're playing a lot of Aeriths and you're playing a lot of Ishtolas, when those cards, they're not really very good right now in other matchups, especially. Like Fire now has an answer, Ice never really cared about them, Fire Ice didn't care about them, things like that. You're playing a lot of 7Ks.
It's actually kind of interesting because there was a few games today, even though I was playing against Fire decks, where Aerith and Y'shtola weren't that effective.
No.
It wasn't because you couldn't remove him. It was just because you didn't really care about him. You just had bigger guys in play. Like you could just attack over him instead. So.
Well, in our game, when you played all those forwards, it was almost just a war of attrition, wasn't it? It was just, I have all these guys.
Yeah.
My guys are a little bit bigger than yours, and it's my turn to attack. So whenever I went in, it was like you have to just essentially chump. You did get a 3k with that Valafor, which was pretty potent. Almost a 4k if Firion didn't have first strike, but ultimately, it's just. I think in that situation, yeah.
So I think there is some adaptations to maybe make. I don't think I'm the one to make them.
I'm not so much of a wind water player, are you?
No, I'm more interested in working on other decks, mainly fire water. But it'd be interesting to see what some of the other guys can come up with. Some other people in the community can come up with for tweaks to wind water to help it adapt to the meta, because I think the addition of Sephiroth just as a card actually hurts the deck a reasonable amount.
Yeah.
Everybody can play a card that kills Yuna, and that's in
it's a 4 CP 10k that kills Yuna.
Yeah, like we do a lot of talking in the north about what are good tournament picks, and I remember talking a long time ago, like maybe 2 years ago even, with some of the newer players about why EX bursts are good if you're playing in a long tournament, because over the course of a long tournament, you're going to hit some EX bursts and they're going to win your games. And it's the same. It's the same for the Sephiroth. Like you're going to play it in your deck, and over the course of a tournament, it's going to snipe a character you really need it to snipe, and that's going to win you a game.
Yeah. I think Sephiroth gives a lot of decks that break effect they didn't have. Between Cloud and Sephiroth, every deck now has a fairly reliable card that they can play that can just deal with. Yeah. Though I think we're seeing less and less of that now, which is a brilliant thing in my opinion. I think we're seeing less and less of these situations where you're stuck behind a forward.
Yeah, which is good. You don't want to be in that situation because it doesn't feel good.
It's just frustrating, isn't it?
Games
when there's no plays to be made.
There's one guy here with a 10k and the other guy's there with a 10k, and neither of them want to trade, and they both kind of just sat there like, I guess we're just waiting.
Yeah, we'll just wait till one of us draws a card we do have a play. Yeah.
The old Opus 1 Wind Water mirror, which was just, right, we've both got 20 forwards in play, who's going to deck out first?
Take me back.
So, for most Opuses that we've had, we've always had a couple of cards that have like created new decks, right? So last Opus we know that we had Rampir. Rampir was an Earth Lightning advocate, right? We didn't really have that much going in Earth Lightning because Dawn Warriors don't really count, whatever they're called. Do we think that there are any cards in particular that open up some new advents that we've not really seen much of yet or not explored yet?
It depends if you're talking colour combinations or just ways of playing the decks. Because we were talking earlier about how you could potentially do something FF7 based but aggressive in Ice Lightning, and Ice Lightning's a combination that's not really seen a deck for a while.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't seen, and I mean, I can see it there. Like 7 got so much good support. That could easily be a light cloud deck because you want to play quickly.
Hmm. And yeah, there's like a ton of stuff that you could probably do. I've not really, because we're kind of stuck at home the way things are at this moment in time. I've not really explored a lot of the interesting things that you can probably
Yeah, I don't know. In answer to your question, Brad, I don't know if I would really say that there's
It's not a card that
specifically,
makes me go. Yeah,
yeah, like this is a brand new deck. But what I
do.
will
Yeah,
say
sure.
is that I think a lot of fringe decks are now do have a lot of tools now that might push them into competitive playability.
yeah. When I think of cards this format, like I can think of really good cards, and all they do is they make other decks better, but they don't like make their own deck happen. Like I can think of like most important or good archetypes got a card that really helps them.
Yeah, stuff like Kuja, for example. Just a
What
flat
a card.
break, 3 cost or less in Lightning is
Pretty
really
nuts.
helpful.
It's something that Lightning as an element did really need, but again, it's kind of a shame because I wouldn't really say that Kuja's opened up a new deck archetype. It's just made Lightning as a element more desirable to take as maybe a main color or a side color.
So
It's
it
interesting.
kind of
Oh, wait,
it opens up new decks in a different way, and that
Yeah.
it allows you to build the same color combination differently. Like we were
Yeah.
talking about with Fire Ice earlier, like how with Fire Earth you can now go into monks instead of just like being stuck
7
playing
cards.
WoF if you want to play Fire and Earth together, and other stuff. And Lightning has got access to stuff like Kuja and Nyx now, so you've got access to straight breaks. You don't necessarily have to be like, right, well I've got to pair it with X element, or it's got to be by itself,
Yeah.
because it means that you've got the flexibility in element to pair it with other elements.
Do you
Yeah,
feel
I'd
like
agree with
the
that.
change in rules that came with Opus 11 has made anything particularly unplayable or playable, I guess?
And it's made it so that Wind Water isn't necessarily, well, it's made Wind Water worse.
Yeah.
And
I think
Which
that's
in turn has made it so that other decks can start cropping up.
I can get behind Wind Water being made worse. I'm a big fan of that.
I like that too.
Yeah.
That's a good change.
I
think-
also
I
I've
think,
had enough of
I
them.
think that's a sentiment that the majority of the community.
We wanted them to ban Valor, but instead what they did was nerf the entire archetype.
Yeah.
If this one doesn't work, if Windwar keeps winning tournaments, the next Opus is just going to be, oh yeah, water and wind cards have all their cost increased by 1 CP.
I think
cannot play Water and Wind cards in the same deck.
we will have to see if we do actually get any Opus 11 tournaments, but I think it would be a crying shame for me if Opus 11 didn't get any competitive play.
You know,
Well, they're going to
want
try and
people
push
to
it back,
play
aren't
when
they?
can.
They're intending to
They
push
are- they
back
are
Opus
pushing it
12,
back.
which I'm all for personally, because I would love to see
Yeah,
this.
I think it's a great idea. Absolutely
The problem
brilliant
that they do
idea.
have is that they can't push it back too far.
Yeah, because you'll just skew everything.
You've got issues with margins and all sorts of like business related stuff that's just saying, right, we're gonna have to release it at some point.
Yeah.
But I guess they're not going to be making much in the way of money on it anyway, so delaying Opus 12 kind of opens up the window for Opus 11 to make the profit that they wanted to make.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Opus 11's done terrible, but it's definitely not going to have done as well as they were expecting it to do.
But you can't go into the shops and buy it, innit? Like it's the...
Yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
like
I think I've bought 2 pre-release kits, and that's it.
I've
Yeah.
bought I own 0 Opus 11 cards. Not
fake fan.
not one. Not
Feels
not
bad.
a single Opus 11 card.
But it's hard to even like justify to yourself when you're like, well, when can I play with them, and are they even going to be relevant? You know, but I'm sure.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I
sure
agree. I agree.
Well,
Most of the stuff.
I think we've seen a whole lot of brilliant little outlines today between Gentiana and the Revenants and some other cards like that. I think Sephiroth has really shown off today, really done a number on a lot of us.
Yeah, I think because it's a card as well that all four of us sort of it stopped seeing play. Like the Sephiroth came out and it saw a bit of play, and then it sort of fell off completely because
like...
it was just too expensive for the effects. And Jackie brought it back today, and it sort of did a number on us. So it's kind of interesting that we got by it because we haven't played against it that often.
It wasn't
as
even
well.
that. He got like it lined up really, really well.
Yeah, it did.
In that he got to cast Sephiroth and Sephiroth special off of off of 3 backups on the turn your opponent on the turn that you had no card. 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And it's like it's lined up like Sephiroth.
Yeah,
and
it's like
always
the absolute classic scenario. Yeah.
And then you draw 2 cards and pass any Sephiroth specials again. That's how you
That's
draw
what Sephiroth. That's how it is. Yeah,
that's how you draw the card up. You're like,
if you could
I'm
play
gonna
that
take
every time, you would, because that's how you want to play the deck. Like,
I'm going to take 4 cards out of my opponent's hand, put him to 0. He's going to draw 2 and pass to try and keep my Sephiroth from dull freezing his guy, and then I'm going to special the 2 cards out of his hand, dull freeze his guy and in.
I'm going to keep at it.
That's the textbook scenario, isn't it? And then it's like, alright, I'm going to play these 2 cards that discard stuff. It's like, yeah, that's
Vile.
what we're gonna
I'm going to discard your cards and make some backups.
Go.
Absolutely vile.
Yeah, you know what, you got me.
Right, I think we're going to call it there. I need to get on with some
Alright.
stuff. Thank
Yeah,
you
well,
so
fun,
much.
guys.
Thank you for
Come
joining me,
along
guys.
to Fight Sesh.
Fight
with
Sesh
us.
this Friday. Get
gotta
registered.
try to do
Get
that.
online.
Let's
Let's
fucking
get
do
this
that.
going. Yeah, dude. So what we're gonna try and do is keep the winners on from now on with this new best of 1 format. So Alvarez, if you'd like to, or Graham, if you'd like to join us again for next time, that would be cool. I'm gonna look for some other mandems to join us for the next ones. I might sit out for the next one, see how we're doing.
just keep me
Yeah.
updated.
We'll do.
That's
We'll
it,
do.
yeah. The
Please
Federal
don't break your
Government-
microphone again.
Nah, I do that with the layer.
Yeah, I'll try not to. It's just my
If it becomes a real problem, I've got one you can have.
Well, how you getting it to?
How am I getting it to him? I'm gonna fly a drone? Question mark.
It's like you call that woman and a dog off of that TV show, come outside and just get her to fly it over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that dog's dead. You know.
Yeah, dude. Oh, that's alright. No, what a sad end to the stream.
Pippin, no.
It's
Right.
like, you know what? I mean, if she's gonna get in a plane and fly to the hospital, she can get in a plane and, fly.
One last
some
delivery.
mail over.
Essential workers.
I am
Right.
classified as an essential worker, don't even.
Killer. Right.
Alright.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'll speak to
See
you
ya.
guys soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Good.
joining us, guys.
Have a good
Take
night,
care.
guys.
Have a good week and such and so forth. See you
Alright.
later.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.